Hello, it's me. I'm back. Whew. So, today is a makeup stream. I was supposed to stream yesterday. I did not, as you can probably see. But I'm back today, and I have a special mission. The mission. Sorry. Boys! Today, the plan. We are going to rank all of the Pokemon cards. All Pokemon cards. Up to Team Rocket set, the first Team Rocket set. If we get through it quickly, I'm gonna see if there's a tier list for, let me turn this off. I'm gonna see if there is a tier list for the gym leaders, or gym heroes and gym challenge. And then we'll rank those sets as well, if we can get to it. But the plan today is, in fact, to rank base set, jungle, fossil, and Team Rocket. We are going to skip base set 2. It's a reprint set, whatever. Now, you might be asking, what is the criteria? I'm glad you asked. The criteria is simple. If the card is cool, if it has an implication for the meta, if it was something, I'm ranking it based on whatever I want. So, sorry if you want a cohesive list. This is strictly for fun. But I will be talking a lot about Pokemon cards. Little side story. Hey, what's up, Donut? Thanks for joining the stream. Side story, though, my aunt found a box of my Pokemon cards in her closet, and she mailed them to me. And while there was no huge bangers in there, we got... I'll show you what we got. All right. Here are the cards we got. Most of them were... most of the cards were, in fact, from base set unlimited, base set 2. Okay, so yeah, base set unlimited, base set 2, jungle, fossil, gym heroes, gym challenge, rocket. There's a few rocket cards in there, a lot less than I wanted. I wish I had spent more on rocket cards. Damn. And then there was like some random like e-reader cards. Here's the rares we got, and you might see a pattern in these. So here's some of the cards we did get. My Chroma-ing is happening. We have a Clefairy. We have a Clefairy here. Foil Clefairy. It's in okay shape. This foiling has a bit of scratching on the sides, so not the best. We also have Sabrina's Alakazam. Oh gosh, come on. Sabrina's Alakazam. My face has to be there. Giovanni's Persian, which is really cool. And then a few miscellaneous rares as well. You might notice something if you're a little savvy about the gym challenge sets. We also have a non-foil Giovanni trainer and a non-foil Sabrina trainer. Now, if you're pretty savvy about what the theme decks were back in Gym Challenge, you'll note that, hey, that's the foil rare and rare that came in the Giovanni deck and the Sabrina deck. And it's because most of the cards, not most, but a good chunk of the cards that my aunt found were, in fact, the two theme decks that I bought when I was much, much younger, right as I was sort of exiting the Pokemon card game hobby, because as a child, I did not make enough money to keep up with the hobby. So, big surprise, we did what we could. Here's a handful of first editions. I got some first edition Charmanders. Most of them were commons and uncommons, like I said. In total, we did not get a lot of rares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rares. One of them is this really sick-ass card, though, this Wobbuffet. Really like this Wobbuffet. Non-foil, but really cute. So, happy about that. Anyways, so, big shout-outs to my aunt. She didn't have to send these for me, and she just happened to see my posts on social media about me getting back into Pokemon and took a nice look. So thank you so much, Aunt. Love you. Now, let us get into it, right? We have a lot of cards to review. Like I said, the criteria for this is kind of just up to me, you know? I figured whatever. That's my criteria. Okay, so over here, let's see how we're gonna do this. I just realized I have to figure out how I want to have this flow based on the way we have the 2 channels set up. All right. So we'll do this, and then I will grab this, and there we go. So, I found a tier list that has its base set, fossil, jungle fossil, and I think that's it. Oh, and the promos. So we'll have to find the promos. So, let's start the list, shall we? Yes, very exciting time. The big thing is this. So, I've got all of the cards, and we're going to do it in reverse order because, check this out, if you do it in the current number order, you'll note that all of our big foils, our rare cards, they're all up front. So back in the day, the way they did numbering was kind of weird, actually. All of the rare cards were up front instead of at the end of the numbering sequence. So we're going to do reverse order, and we're just going to jump into it. Water energy. I'm going to be frank. We'll do all the energies together except for double colorless, because we'll talk about double colorless in a second. Here's a little history lesson, by the way. If you ever played Pokemon way back in the day, the card game, when it first came out, you might note that decks back then were running like 18 to like 25 energies. Like a whole fourth of the deck was energy. And that's because we didn't have energy searches in that day, back in the day. It wasn't until Pokemon Fossil that energy search was even printed. The closest we could get were some of these control cards, which we're going to hop on into. So how do we feel about the energies? I think the energies are... You know what? They're okay. I'll be honest, they are all okay. You know what I will do? Let's... Wait, where's the... Yeah, there's the rest of the energy. We got to do it this way. We'll rate the symbols. How about that? Yeah, we'll start off with rating the symbols. I was not going to spend as much time as I did on the energy, but here I am. Oh. Again, spam called at night. You know what? I lied. We're not going to rate the energy. That's it. That's all you get. This is it. Let's get to the real cards. The real cards. Double colorless energy. This card is, first off, it's uncommon back in the day, but damn, in some decks, it was really good. I say some decks because the meta at the time was actually kind of dominated by powerful basics, you know? I feel like Hitmonchan, Scyther, and Electabuzz were pretty much the cards to run. They had tons of hit points. You know what? I'll save that until we get there. So double colorless energy, I think it was really cool in a Charizard deck. Produced 2 fire energy, synergizes well with other things, helps accelerate. It's our first form of acceleration. This is going to sound wild because I feel like this is kind of a crazy thing to say. I kind of think double colorless energy is sort of a mid-A. I think it's a mid-A. Yeah, this tier list is based off of me, just how I feel. All right, what's the first real card? I mean, I would argue double colors is a real card, so there's that. But the first real card is Switch. Switch your own bench Pokemon with your active Pokemon. Like, that's, I mean, we still run Switch. I think Switch is still legal. There's a Switch cart is the literal better version of it. It's like with Switch cart, you heal some, but back in the day, Switch is all you had. I think it's a pretty good card. But I feel like it didn't see a lot of tournament play, maybe? I don't know. some of these cards we got to rate on like utility and stuff just because, you know, very limited options. We'll get to this card. Some of the really good cards, which are all positioned together. I think Switch was good. I think Switch is like, gosh, almost okay. I'm gonna put it in B for now. Putting it B for now. So back in the day, you might notice that a lot of our big mons, I mean, that's true to this day, a lot of the big Pokemon had like really high retreat costs. And there was only like one way to accelerate energy at the time. Maybe Switch does deserve to be A. I said to myself I would be judging it. If I was doing any meta stuff, it would be contemporary meta. Oh. Sorry, my alarm went off and I got scared for a second. It said pick up my friend at the airport. That was for last week. All right, so I might move Switch to A, I think. Potion. I know, I panicked for a second, right? Hey, Ishpanauts! Love to see your face. Welcome. I am rating all the Pokemon cards up to Team Rocket. If we do it fast, maybe I'll add Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge to the list as well. We are rating each card. We're going for it. Potion. We're on Potion right now. We're starting with base set, so you got it just in time. Potion. Let's be super honest. Potion heals 20 damage. It is probably one of the worst cards ever printed. It's bad. It's really, really bad. It's bad. That's it. I'm going to be honest with you. Potion, terrible. 20 hit points at the time of this meta really didn't do a lot. It really didn't do a lot. You were just stalling time. You were losing time popping it. All right, next card. Gus. Okay, this one is special. We got to talk about this one. Choose one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, switch it with his or her active Pokemon. This is a boss's orders that you could just spam. Now, you never needed to spam it. Obviously, you choose the target. You only need to use one per turn. But Gust of Wind, incredible. Amazing card. Really good. It's a boss's orders. Again, easy to pick off a weak Pokemon, switch into favorable typing, whatever you got to do. This is a really good card. We're going to put it... Oof. We're going to put it in A. We're going to put it in A. I'm trying to get learned up on country music. Hey, you're welcome to break. All right. You just... I don't know why you need to do that, but I trust in you. The next card. Energy Removal. This is also, okay, at the time, energy, you could, like I said, you could not accelerate energy very well. It was very difficult to accelerate energy. Literally only one deck archetype did it, and genuinely, most people didn't play that archetype. It was very slow. It was still very slow. That said, though, energy removal was like 4 copies was like an auto-in on most decks at the time. I genuinely think this is probably a solid A. The modern version, I think you have to flip a coin to even get out. So you have a 50-50 chance of it even working at all. Bill, okay, this was during a time when there was no supporter cards. So supporters are basically character cards that do an effect and that you could only use them once per turn. Back in the day, they didn't distinguish that, so you could play as many Bills as you wanted. Bill is just draw power, and Bill was incredible because a lot of times you would Bill into Bill into Bill and still get some extra cards, right? I would say Bill is, at the time, another auto-include in pretty much every deck S tier. Bill is S tier. Because I dare to expand my horizons. Oh, yes. Enjoying lots of music. Yeah, you know what? That's legit. It's good. It's good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. That being said, it's been a rough journey. Our community member, Ishmanaut, they're having a hard time getting into the country. You're on a journey, my friend. You're on a journey. Next card, Super Potion. Discard 1 energy attached to one of your own Pokemon in order to remove up to 4 damage counters from that Pokemon. Each damage counter is 10 hit points if you don't know, so that's 40 damage. Genuinely, let's be real, that is another pretty terrible card, I would say. Yeah. I would say it's worse than Potion. Because at least with Potion, if you have 4 in your hand, you can drop all of them at the same time, right? So, worse than Potion. Blah, blah, blah. Revive. This was one of the only ways to get cards out of your discard pile. But, they came in at half hit points. Honestly, I think Revive is also really bad. Because... Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm doing this such a weird way. Why don't I just add these to this so I can just click back and forth instead of whatever the hell I'm doing. I got my tier list ready, y'all. Okay. So Revive was pretty bad as well. It was the only way to get cards back from the graveyard, or from the discard pile. But this was during a time when most Pokemon had like 40 hit points, 40 to... Basically 40 and then like 70. And then very few of them had over 100 hit points. Like, it was not during a very strong time. Like, this... There wasn't a lot of reason to bring back certain Pokemon. Unless you like, had a key item, like a key one. Next card. Professor Oak. Discard your hand, then draw 7 cards. Basically, Professor Oak is like the reason that, like... we had to have supporters. You can only play one of these per turn because that is such a powerful effect. This is, in fact, the card going forward. It's called, like, Professor's Research. They come in, all of the professors basically have the same card. They do the same thing. So they made it into a card archetype, and then, like, the character on it will be, like, unique. That's the same with Boss's Orders. That's another card that's like that, where it's a bunch of characters. Different characters are on it, but it's, like, the exact same card. So it's counted as the same card. Professor Oak is... literally an S tier card. Like, this is one of the best cards, like, ever. During the meta. During this particular meta. It was incredible. It's actually really, really good these days, honestly. Pokédex. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Rearrange them as you like. So, this card, also kind of interesting. It was one of the few ways we could scry during that time. But ultimately... honestly, it wasn't that good until later in the meta. And even then, I feel like most people didn't run these because you kind of didn't need to. The format was very slow, and draw was very, very strong. That said, though, I kind of want to put it in C. Let's put that in C for now. Poké Flute. This is such a weird card. You could Poké Flute into... so you basically bring back one of your opponent's Pokemon. You could Poké Flute into a really low hit point Pokemon. And then rock it with, like, any of these, like, 40 damage attacks or 30 damage attacks. Or even, like, have a just good weakness over it. I don't know how I felt about this. Like, this was a weird tactic. I feel like I never really saw it in action that well. And most people weren't running cards that you could easily knock out. Like, genuinely speaking, most of the, like, meta decks had like 70 hit points. So you didn't want to bring that back. You didn't want to bring a Machamp back, a Hitmonchan for your opponent, for instance. That would just be dumb. Plus power. If your attack does damage, add 10 more damage. You could literally play 4 of them at the same time. Get an attack that goes from, like, 10 damage can suddenly do 40 damage. Oh, wait, that's a bad example. Well, an attack that does 10 damage can suddenly do 40 damage, knocking out some of the basics, a lot of the basics of the time. It's actually pretty good. Whoa. It's actually pretty good, but I don't know how great it is. Maybe we put it in B. Maybe C. We put it down to C. We'll put it down to C. Maintenance. Shuffle 2 other cards from your hand into your deck in order to draw a card. This was weird because I feel like there's not a lot of reasons to shuffle cards back into your deck. The fear of decking out, if you were decking out, you weren't going to win that match anyway. I think this is... Like there's a chance where, like, you can shuffle 2 cards into your... from your hand into your deck, draw a card, and then use, like, a Professor Oak to draw more cards. Like, there's that. I just don't think I saw this used often. I'll call it a D. Like, looking back in the modern, like, from the modern lens, looking back, it's very different when you review the meta. Full Heal. I'm gonna be frank with y'all. Full Heal is another wild card. I guess, you know what? Maybe this goes in D. It had a use, and yet at the same time, not a great use. Maybe that is an E. No, we'll put it in D for now. Our D's a little high, but okay, that's not bad. Energy Retrieval. Trade 1 of the other cards in your hand for up to 2 basic energy from your discard pile. Oof. I don't know how to feel about this one. Energy Retrieval's good nowadays, but honestly, back in the day, we were running so much energy that you almost never ran out of energy. I guess this guarantees that you could pull something from the bottom back up, so maybe we call this a C. Maybe we call that a C. What's the next card? Defender. Okay. This was a weird card because I also feel like nobody ran it. I don't think anybody ran Defenders back in the day, like ever. And it wasn't that 20 damage isn't bad. It just doesn't seem good at all. We'll keep it in E. We'll keep it in E. All right. Super energy removal. Discard 1 energy attached to one of your Pokemon. You get to discard 2 energy cards attached to theirs. Because you couldn't accelerate energy, I feel like the cost of this one is actually kind of high. It feels a little high. I do feel like at least 1 was slotted into the tech slot in like a deck, but genuinely feels kind of high cost-wise. I'll call it a C. We'll call it a C. What we got next? Oh my god, we're still not done with trainers. We got a lot of trainers to go through. All right, Scoop Up. Basically, choose one of your Pokemon, return it to your hand, discard all cards attached to it. Scoop Up was really good at saving tanks, but I feel like you didn't really need to use it often. I feel like it just doesn't come up often. We'll call it a... You know what? I lied. Pokeflute is going down to D. We'll call Scoop Up a C. We'll call it a C card. Pokemon Trader. Trade one of your... This, I feel like, is another example of one of the few ways we could fetch cards back in the day. It did show up in a lot of decks, and I do kind of feel like it's really good, actually. Just trade a Pokemon for one that you might need. I'm gonna call that an A rank. That'll be an A rank card. Even though the trainer setups during the time pretty much looked exactly the same for everybody. Pokemon Breeder, obviously it's a rare candy, right? So, as the earliest rare candies, it seems like it would be really good. But genuinely speaking, we didn't have that many like 3rd stage evolutions that were amazing. Most of the times, it was literally just like, if there was one, it might have been a Blastoise. I feel like Charizard didn't really show too much up in the meta. So, while this is a cool card, because it is... feels like... Because Rare Candy is good, but maybe not in this early meta. We'll call it a B. We'll call that one a B. Oh, sorry, I went down. Lass. This was, I think, literally at the time, the only way to disrupt your opponent's hand. You basically show each other your hands, and then you shuffle all the trainer cards from there back into your deck. I feel like as hand disruption, that's pretty good. It's kind of useful. Kinda. We'll call it that kinda. A C. Item finder. We're just going to do all these together. Item finder. Oh, wait. You know what? Item finder? Yeah, we should talk about that one. Discard 2 other cards from your hand in order to get a trainer back from your discard pile. I feel like this was good, but people ran like one of them. There's just not a lot of cards you need in that early format is the problem. I want to say maybe I should rate this on overall power. Then the list would be a little bit different. It's just relative to when these cards were out. It's just you kind of see like the problems with a lot of them. The evolution spray. So choose one of your own Pokemon and discard all evolution cards of that stage or higher. Attached to that Pokemon. They're no longer asleep. So it's like a anything else that might be the result. Anything else that. Oh, so it gets rid of the effects as well. So it's basically a full heal that devolves you. I don't even know that many people were running, like I said, like evolutions at the time. Like this just feels bad. I can't imagine wanting to go back a stage. I can't think of any Pokemon that would. There's a case to be made for Charmeleon. But yeah, I don't think that was very good. I think that ability sucks. That ability sucks. Let's go. Computer search. Discard 2 other cards from your hand in order to search your deck for any card and put that card in your hand. This is the other way we had to fetch cards from our deck. I actually thought it was really, really good because I could always search for really good cards. Maybe we put that on a S. S? The problem is I keep thinking about acceleration and the way the speed of the game back then. It's hard to consider. All right, Clefairy Doll. This is a weird card because I feel like... Oh, wait, did I... Oh, we skipped Imposter Professor Oak. We gotta talk about Imposter Professor Oak. Imposter Professor Oak, your opponent shuffles his or her hand into his or her deck, then draws 7 cards. This card... I'm going to be honest, sucks because you're giving your opponent 7 cards. Later in Rocket, they create a literal better version of this that's 4 cards, closer to like an Iono, for instance, or something. It's not worth it for hand disruption to give your opponent 7 cards. Like, likely you're just helping them at that point. I mean, there's a reason that like, that this is like, unless you're going to deck your opponent, because they even shuffle the cards back into their deck. So it's not even. But like, this is S rank. This is poo-poo rank. The trade-off is too much. All right. We're finally on our first Pokemon. Oh, thank God. Okay, we got Weedle here. Little Weedle. Some of these I'm going to be basing off of meta. Others I'm just going to be like, it's a cute little guy. Weedle's cute. I like Weedle. Evolves up into Beedrill. Not super good card-wise, but still a neat little guy. How is this organized? Where is the Oh, that's why. Yeah, they shuffled a lot of these cards in together. So we had to like hunt down Weedle. Oh, we found him. Weedle. What do we think about Weedle? I think Weedle's a solid B tier. 40 damage, or 40 hit points, 10 damage, coin toss, like 1 energy, 10 damage, coin toss, poison. That's okay. That's, you know what? Maybe that's bad, actually. That's C. That's our baseline. Vulpix. 50 hit points, fire type, 2 fire energy, 10 damage, coin flip for confusion. Oof. It evolves into Ninetales. Ninetales was not... Well, Ninetales was pretty decent. This just... These are rough. These are rough. I'm a Caterpie bitch myself. We're getting to Caterpie. We'll be in Caterpie decently soon. A little preview. Voltorb. Okay. Voltorb actually has some stuff going for him. Firstly, Voltorb is electric type, right? Where is Voltorb on this list? Bro! Help me spot the Voltorb. We're playing Waldo. There we go. Okay. Now, what's crazy, and yes, I'm putting Voltorb in A. 40 hit points, average, low average, but colorless energy, 10 damage. This means you can slot this Voltorb into any deck, and a lot of decks would just, like some decks would just slot in a Pokemon for type, just for typing, right? Tangela. Tangela is like, this art is amazing, by the way. I love this art. But Tangela, 50 hit points, 2 energy, 20 damage, paralyze coin to paralyze, 3 grass, 20 damage, target's poisoned. That is a guaranteed status condition, so it's like, you could look at it as 3 grass energy, 30 damage, unless the opponent, like, does something about it. I don't know, that just feels... that just feels slightly better. Or... almost feels like the same kind of, like, it's so balanced against each other. There just isn't a lot of... this isn't a lot going on. Staryu. 40 hit points, 1 water type, 1 water, 20 damage slap. But we have a problem here with this card. That's a weakness to lightning. This is relevant because a lot of very strong single target Pokemon, basic Pokemon, sorry, exist. Partially, it's this guy right here, Electabuzz. So Electabuzz was a very strong force in the meta. I ran 4 myself, actually, back in my day. I did a Electabuzz. I did, like, electric flying kind of deck. Namely because I noticed that, like, having resistance to fighting type was really advantageous. We'll get into that. But the reason that having a weakness to lightning sucked is because this card is just a beast. Like, just a spoilers. That's easy auto add. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. So, having that electric weakness does suck. It does suck. It doesn't make the card completely bad, but it is rough. Where is it? Not good. Not super good. Typing mattered a lot back in the day. Namely because, like I said, the low health pools. That's the reason. Like, a lot of Pokemon just didn't have a lot of health. Where is it? Why can't I see it? My eyes. My ADHD eyes. Help me. Oh, wait. We didn't talk about Clefairy Doll. It sucks. There's, like... I don't know. Why? Oh, did we not talk about Pokemon Center? Did we skip Pokemon Center? Oh, no. Is that a jungle card? Am I mixing that up as a jungle card? Pokemon Center? Oh, I lost it. It's gone now. Or Fossil, because only... we'll get to it, but, wait, did we skip Pokemon Center? Oh, we did! Oh, that is a base card. Yeah, I forgot. This one's weird. I'm going to rank it higher than the other heals because it heals all of your Pokemon, but you do discard all of the energy. But a lot of tank decks and, like, wall decks that would basically try to brick out the opponent kind of did run at least one copy of this. I'd say it's in the same tier as these guys. That's fine. Anyways, moving back on. Oh, Staryu. That's right. We're missing our Staryu. Where are you, Staryu? Staryu, please. There we go. The weakness to lightning does hurt this card. It does. We'll put it in D. It is a D card. Next, Starmie. I like Starmie a lot. I actually used to run a Starmie in my Water Rain Dance deck. Namely because I didn't have Articuno. Or I only had like one copy of Articuno. You played with what you had. But Starmie does have a cool ability. 20 damage for 3 energy, 1 water, 2 colorless. Flip a coin, paralyze. That's okay, but also, again, that weakness to lightning does kind of hurt this card. Let's find it first. Where is it on the list? There it is. I want to say it's just like better than... I can't tell. Some people would splash it in. Because that's another thing. I was like, Staryu is not all terrible. Like 20 damage for 1 water energy is really good, actually. Squirtle. I love Squirtle. I really do. And I actually kind of love this card. Because I always thought that was actually a pretty decent card. Basically, it's got... I'm going to call this a 40 hit points, 10 damage, coin toss, paralyze. Paralyze was pretty good back in the day. And I say that as somebody who does not think full heal was useful because it really wasn't. But Squirtle was pretty okay. Like weakness to lightning though. I guess it, yeah. I cannot kid myself. That is a C Pokemon, but it might be like a high C. It might be one of the better C's. I want to almost give it to Weedle, but there's like no reason to run Grass Energy until Jungle. Sandshrew. This is another Pokemon that actually I thought was really, really good. Now, 40 hit points, again. Like, as you can see, a lot of low hit point Pokemon. A lot of those basics. What was nice is, yeah, not a lot of people were running Grass. It resisted Lightning. And it's a fighting type, so you would slot it into, like, you could slot it into some of the more aggressive deck types already. I think Sandshrews up there. I think Sandshrews got some legs. He's a little guy. He knows what he do. Where is Sandshrew? Sandshrew! There you are. Oh, also the attack is actually kind of sick. I'm going to say Sandshrew's a B. Sandshrew's a B. Yeah. I'm happy with that. All right. Rattata. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to mention. Sandshrews attack. During your opponent's next turn, you add an effect to the opponent. During your opponent's next turn, you flip a coin, 50-50. Their attack does nothing. This is a decent stall. Decent stall. Anyways, Rattata, though. 30 hit points. But colorless, 20 damage. But literally the worst weakness to have in this format, fighting type. And we are going to get to why, but you know what? It's bad. It's bad. Poor Rattata. Poor Rattata just did not stand a chance in this list. The 20 damage is great. You can slot it into anything. But damn it, if this Pokemon is just too vulnerable. Because of the meta, we're putting it into E, but that art is so cute. Super, super cute art. Ponyta. 40 hit points, 2 energy, 20 damage, 2 fire energy, 30 damage. Oh, wait, I forgot to mention Rattata does have no retreat cost, which is amazing in this format, as you can see. And remember, this was during a time where only one deck type could literally accelerate energy. Only one deck type. And that was that's Rain Dance. We'll get to that. Whew, Ponyta. Not good. Yeah. 2 colorless, which is nice. But just not a lot of hit points. Weakness to water. And, like, the counterplay would be using this against grass types. There just wasn't a lot of grass players, man, back in the day. We just weren't playing grass that time. I'm still going to put it C. We can call that C for now. Maybe. Poliwag. 40 hit points. Does 10 damage. If there's an extra water energy attached, it does 20 damage. This is okay. This is okay. Better to have the grass weakness as well. Again, not a lot of grass was being played during this time. That sounded silly willy. Where is... Where's my Poliwag? Oh, there you are. The potential was nice, but it's not any better than Staryu. Well, maybe it is. Just because it doesn't have a weakness to lightning. Our boy Pikachu. Pikachu's a cute Pokemon. I love this card. This is one of my favorite just fat Pikachus. Look at them. Beautiful. When several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity can cause lightning storms. Now that said, though, the weakness to fighting is the worst part about this card, actually. But colorless to 10 damage, if you do put an electric on it, you have a chance to do 30 and maybe hit yourself. But you know what? It slots into a lot of decks. I don't know about the counterplay as much, just because what's weak to, like, you're not hitting, like, you're not playing against a lot of water types, you know? Pikachu, I love you. Pikachu, you're a decent card. The weakness to fighting is terrible because you do get one shot in this format. Pikachu. There you go. Ah, feels bad to put the Pikachu there. It does. Pidgey. Pidgey. If your opponent has any bench Pokemon, you switch into them. 2 colorless. Resistance to fighting, which is really good, but then weakness to lightning is as bad as the resistance is good. Actually, probably worse, because you don't want to get one shot as well. Which, by the way, spoilers: if you have 2 energy on this one, you can start one-shotting. So anything with a weakness to lightning would just lose to Electabuzz. I think we have to give that. I think we have to put Pidgey in, like, D. I think D. D rank. The more I think about Squirtle, the more this is fair. I think that has to be the case. And you know what? Let's be real. Most of them were bad back in the day. Most of them were bad. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm shuffling the lists already. We're shuffling the lists. All right, next Pokemon, Onix. Onix, a decent wall, 90 hit points, no resistance, but weakness to grass, which is okay, right? 1 fighting energy, rock throw, 2 fighting energy, 30 less damage. It's like just okay. I feel like you don't need to stall if you're playing. If you're in fighting type, you don't really need to stall that much, I don't think. That's a C. We'll call it a C. Nidoran. 40 hit points, 1 grass type, does 30 damage. Flip a coin, does nothing. That is an interesting card because it does feel like it has the potential to be explosive and fun. But the reality is I don't think it really does. Like, you don't really want that inconsistency, especially when most Pokemon have very low hit points. We'll call it that. We'll call it that. Move on. Metapod. Stiffen. Stiffen, boys. Prevent all damage. Done. To Metapod. That seems pretty good at 70 hit points, right? Stun Spore? It's okay. The format was slower back then. Wait, did Metapod come before Caterpie? Oh, wait, we are in reverse order. Yeah, that's right. That's right. $70 hit points just... it's weird. It's weird. Stiffen. Magnemite. I love the art. It's... Look at this. It's just shapes. It just shapes. And he's like in an empty room. This poor Magnemite. Oh yeah, just kind of to go back to some of the art, most of this is just Ken Sugimori. The basically the reason that Pokemon look like Pokemon is it's his art style, right? Primarily. But it's, a lot of these Ken Sugimoris are just Ken Sugimoris with random backgrounds on it. Like, this is the stock Pidgey picture. They threw it on, like, a hill background. And same with this. Like, look at this. It's just Ken Sugimori art. Just the stock footage of these ones right here. You get some of the unique ones. Like, this Rattata might be one of the better illustrated cards in base set, just cause. I do love these CG ones. I thought these were so cool. I thought it was so cool getting, like, weirdly different art and stuff. There's another Ken Sugimori. You can kind of just tell, because, yeah, it looks like that. All right. Magnemite. Going back to Magnemite. Weakness to fighting is just so bad back in the day. It was so hard. Because, like, fighting was so dominant. For, like, the entirety of, like, most of the base sets, really. Still one you could paralyze and stuff. I feel like this is in the same vein as Onyx. I almost want to put it to D, actually. Put it at a D. We put it on D. Machop. 50 hit points, 20 damage. Strictly worse than Hitmonchan, which we will get to. And you'll see why all of this matters. But if you're already in the typing, it's like just another aggressive person. I don't know. I feel like because it can evolve, there's some more oomph to it. But people aren't running Machokes and Machamps, you know? That wasn't what, like, the meta was beyond that. It was pretty weak plays for Machoke, if I recall. Not a lot of Machokin happening. Or Machampin. I mean, they still hit like trucks, though. And this is not bad, because it's like 20 damage with not a lot of drawbacks, like just a weakness to Psychic. I think we can call this a... I think we can call this a B. I think we can call it a B. Yeah. In fact, I would say 10 more hit points than Sandshrew. And sometimes you just need to hit twice instead of like 50-50 into a status condition. Coughing. I like this card a lot because it's grass type, 2 grass energy, 10 damage, flip a coin, heads poison, tails confuse. I like that. I think that's great because it gives advantage to both. It feels like what the value of a 2 energy attack should be, roughly. Of course, when it comes to tier lists, it's a little too fair. I'm going to put it next to Ponyta. Because you're not going to run it. You're probably not going to run Coughing, let's be real. Ghastly! I love the art of this one. This one's pretty solid. Another one of those weird low-res pictures. Also, what is in the background? Kiwa City? Kiwa City Struggle? Ghastly. Resistance to fighting. Now, 0 retreat cost, which is actually really, really good. And 0 weakness. Pretty solid. But can still, no attack. Just a stall. Yeah, you know what? I kind of like it. Because it feels so thematical. Just a little ghastly. But the format was so slow that I gotta be honest with myself. We'll put that in D. That's a D. That's a D card. Drowsy. Now this one's not too bad in my opinion. 50 hit points, colorless for pound, which is great because that means it can slot into most decks. And 2 psychic energy for a chance at confuse. let's send this one to the C rankers. Is Drowsy a C rank? When we add the other sets, these good old Drowsy. When we add the other sets, we're gonna shuffle these up and down. These will move. They will be dynamic. All right, Doduo. Wow, Doduo. I ran 4 of these and 3 of the evolutions, the trio, because I really like the resistance to fighting, and because the colorless attack basically meant that it could go into any deck. Now, it is flip 2 coins. You have a chance to deal 0 to 20 damage. You know what, though? Kind of worth it. Resistance to fighting. That is solid. And the biggest part, 0 retreat cost. I actually consider this a very strong card. Did I really put that in A? Voltorb? Voltorb's B now. Hi, B. And yes, very cute. Look at that. It's the Roadrunner pose. Like, it's... I don't know. I was very smitten by it. It's very, very cute. I always saw Dirty Elephant Man. Oh, for Drowsy? Drowsies are freaks. You can tell. Diglett. Ah, Diglett. 30 hit points. Oof. But 0 retreat cost. Yay. 1 energy attack for 10, 2 fighting for 30. It's just that 30 hit points is such a liability, and also Dugtrio is not exactly a Pokemon that people are clamoring for. We call this a shabby D. Give that the D. Charmander. Okay, Charmander is really cute. I love the art, by the way, of this Charmander. Look at this Charmander. It's so good. Charmander is like accidentally lighting things on fire. The only weird part is kind of like the little fingies. The fingies look kind of goofing. But then also, like, if you look at the background, you see that they're like, there's a huge fire going around. Like, little guy, just such a little guy. It's his little, like, face that really sells me on it. Just that innocent, like, huh? So cute. We are going to give Charmander, because a colorless attacker with 50 hit points that's fire type. That's not bad. That's not bad. Type playing does a bigger role later in the meta. Right now, though, I feel like this might be a soft average. This better than Pikachu because not weak to lightning. Maybe better than... Actually, you know what? Coughing might be... We put Coughing to back to... Coughing's going down a tier. It's already been decided. Wait, what? Was it the dick talk? The D talk? We're on to the special lad, Caterpie. This is another Ken Sugimori. Just a nice picture, swirly background. I actually like this one a lot. 40 hit points, 1 grass energy, 10 damage, chance to paralyze. Not too bad. Not super useful, because you're not running Metapods, really. Let's be real. And Butterfree, I don't even know if people ran Butterfrees either. Caterpie. But I like this card a lot. I do. I'll say... right there. There you go. A lot of those cards, very, very similar in power. Okay. Bulbasaur. 40 hit points, 2 grass type, 20 damage. Heal, 10 hit points. I feel like you could get some mileage out of that, but I also feel like ultimately, does that mean Venusaur is good? I don't know. It's a decent 2 energy attack, though. I'll say that much. I feel bad. I feel like I need to rank Onix higher because it has 90 hit points. Abra. Abra's another fun one where it's everything's great on the card, 0 retreat cost, except 30 hit points, man. 30 hit points, but he's so sleepy. Wait, is that a Ken Sugimori? No, it's not. Okay, that's right. It's not stock footage. A stock image. Abra is little sleepy Abra. I love Abra so much. You know what? We're going to put Abra in the... Yeah, no, 0 retreat cost. It's so hard with these 30 hit points Pokemon. But 30 retreat cost, right? War Turtle. But cute, I know, right? I told myself I wanted to rate them on other criteria as well, not just like meta stuff. But now I'm like... But I'm mostly doing it off meta, which sucks. Alright, you know what? We're switching gears. It's going to be like... cute and a little bit of meta. We're doing a sort of a 50-50 split. War Turtle. Now you do get a Blastoise. Cute Gohans get the +1. You know what? That's not a bad idea. They get the +1. There you go. Abra is now in C. War Turtle. 70 hit points. Withdraw to prevent all damage on a coin flip. And then 3 energy... Okay. I don't know how I feel about 3 energy, 40 damage. And I say that because it's a stage 2 evolution. And so it doesn't always have the potential to get up in there. Sorry, I'm trying to find my... I'm trying to put on my, like, wrist gloves right now. Feel a little bit of wrist pain, so I figured I'd get my little carpal tunnel glove thingies on. I kind of don't think War Turtle's that good. You ran it to evolve into Blastoise. That's kind of the thing. I guess you could have a turn where you do withdraw, so that's something. We'll put it there. D rank. My cat gets a pass on poor behavior because they're so precious. Adorable. Seal. 60 hit points, which is great for a basic. Holy cow. 1 energy, 10 damage. But it does have a weakness to lightning and a retreat cost of 1. I think that technically makes it still a little bit better than a lot of Pokemon. Because it can still tank several hits from a Electabuzz. Sorry, my brain just shut down for a second. Your kitties do deserve it. Yeah. Raticate. Listen, this is a fun card. 60 hit points, 20 damage, 1 energy, 3 to half the opponent's health. Not bad. Not bad. I don't know though. Just doesn't hit the same way. It's really cute though, because that is a Ken Sugimori. We'll put that in C. That's probably a C card. Yep, Ken Sugimori. Okay, Porygon. If the defending Pokemon has a weakness, you may change into a type of your choice other than colorless. Change Porygon's resistance to a type of your choice other than colorless. Okay, the biggest thing is why, though, because this card doesn't have attacks. It can't deal damage. It only has 30 hit points. It has a 1 retreat cost. You can change the weakness and resistance with energy, but it's... Unless I'm missing something, that card is terrible. But it's cute. So we can't forget that. Let's find it first. Why do I not see it? My eyes. There we go. And we're gonna put that one down in we'll put that down in E tier. It gets a +1 for being cute. And it still ended up in E. If you get on your hands and knees and point your fingers to your knees and slowly lean forward, that'd be a great... Wait a second. I got my eye on you. I started miming it, right? Miming the motion. Poliwhirl. This is a decent shutdown card because Amnesia is pretty solid. Double Slap has the potential to do 60 damage. 0 to 60. I don't know how I feel about it, though. Poliwhirl seems decent. But again, like, didn't show up a lot in the meta. Not really that powerful by itself. Like, I feel like... We'll call it that D. Give it that a D. Actually, I lied. I'll give it that... Yeah. No, a D. Nidorino? Nidorino? I'm being serious. Awkward first, sure, but... Listen. We'll see. No, I believe you. I gotta do more wrist exercises and stuff. Do the little point down. I used to do this, actually, all the time. I'm wearing different gloves. This is wild. Nidorino is 3 energy for a chance for 0 to 60 damage. 4 energy, 2 grass, 2 colorless, 50 damage. That feels okay, but also kind of expensive. I mean, the format was very, very slow. Call it D. We'll give that a D. Magmar. Now, Magmar did see a little play, but it wasn't as strong as its contemporaries, i.e. Electabuzz and Hitmonchan. Only 50 hit points, 2 fire energy, 30 damage, weakness to water, 2 fire, 1 colorless, discard 1 fire energy, 50 damage. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. We'll give that... Yeah, we'll give that a... Actually, maybe we bump them to C. We're bumping them to C. Moving that Weedle down. I just witnessed the most disgusting... Oh, geez. The most disgusting toilet you've ever seen. I'm genuinely frightened about what must have taken place. That is ominous. I don't like that. I'm sorry you experienced that. That sucks. Next card, Magikarp. Magikarp. 30 hit points. Colorless for tackle. 10 damage. 1 retreat cost. I feel like this card would literally be a lot better with that 0 retreat cost. It's just so vulnerable and weak to lightning. Electabuzz. Electabuzz exists in this format. It's just too vulnerable. Cute is why it's in D, by the way. I already gave it the cute tax. Alright, Machoke. 80 hit points. 3 energy, 50 damage, minus 10 for each damage counter on Machoke. 4 energy. Oh, wait, hang on. I got 4 energy, 60 damage. Whoa. And then does 20 damage to itself. That feels pretty solid, actually. 80 hit points? That's pretty good. But I still feel like a little rough. But being a fighting type is solid. So you know what? We are going to give that... Where is that guy? Where is he? Where is she? Oh my gosh, please, please, my eyes, help. Send help. This was during the era where I feel like stage 1 Pokemon were always uncommon. And so in my head, I'm like trying to find this guy. Wait, where is he? Am I silly? Am I silly? Why don't I see Machoke? Oh, there we go. You know what? I don't know how to explain it. The Zubat threw me off. We'll call it D. That'll be a D Pokemon. It looked like it was packed to the brim with dirt, but it wasn't dirt. Run. Run, dear God, run. Kakuna. I actually kind of like Kakuna. And it's because you can stiffen to 50-50 chance to just be invincible. Or Poison Powder, 2 grass for 20 damage, and the target's poisoned. She kind of, I mean, I didn't think that was super bad. Plus, like, look at the art on this. It's... I don't know how to explain it. I love the weird, like, old, like, simple CG they used to have. The CG artists they used to have. I think a bunch of them are probably still around. Doing more art. I think I can call this a D tier. You know what? I'm giving it a C. I'm giving it a C. Kadabra. I actually really like Kadabra. Oh, I think I just got bit by a mosquito. Mosquito just flew up from my leg, and now my leg's itchy. Kadabra. I think Kadabra's actually kind of decent. 50 damage with 3 energy. That's pretty decent. I would say it's probably as good as Abra, because Abra does have the 0 retreat cost. Jinx! Now, Jinx is interesting, because Jinx feels like it should have fallen into the same meta that Hitmonchan and Electabuzz and Scyther, spoilers, did like back in the day. Basically, Jinx follows that same formula. She's a 70 hit point Pokemon with a 1 energy attack that does, well, in this case, 0 to 20, but then like a 3 energy attack that does much more. I feel like Jinx was slept on, because I actually kind of think that Jinx would have fallen well or like better into the meta. I do wish that she did at least 10 damage guaranteed. Like, that does hurt Jinx. But 70 hit points and a weakness to Psychic type, not so, like, not bad. I didn't think that was bad at all. Here we go. Let's put Jinx in C. She's going to be near top C. Yeah. Actually, no, I lied. Jinx gets the B. Jinx gets the B rank. We're giving her B. Ivysaur. Another guaranteed status condition, 30 damage, 3 energy, 3 energy. And a decent health pool. What's 60? That's 60. I kind of feel like this is a very average Pokemon. That feels average. Very, very average. Ow, yep, I definitely got bitten. Oh my gosh. Oof. Mosquito just took me. Took a chunk out. Haunter! Haunter requires you to be asleep. So its first ability puts you to sleep, and then Dream Eater gives you that 50 damage at 2. If you can get it off, it feels great. If you can't, oof. Also, the art, though. Look at the art. Oh. I'm getting sprayed. Look at that. It got me, dude. Freaking mosquito got me. I've been got. All right. Growlithe. 60 hit points. Did people run Arcanines? Because I feel like Growlithe is actually decent enough. It has enough of a health pool to stay in the game long enough to be useful. Yeah, you know what? We're going to commit. We're going to give Growlithe a C. Growlithe has graduated to C class. Far-fetched. Flip a coin if tails. This attack does nothing. Either way, you can't use this attack again as long as Farfetch stays in play. Even putting Farfetch on the bench won't let you use it again. Yet, you sacrifice the leak for a shot at 30, and then you gotta pay 3 to get that 30 back. I think Farfetch has the opportunity to be explosive in damage, but then kind of useless afterwards. It does have resist fighting, but it is weak to lightning. So, I don't know what to put. I feel like... The weirdest part about the wording, too, is that it's like, you can't use this attack as long as Farfetch stays in play. Is that per Farfetched, or is it like all Farfetches? Anyways, I think we have to... For those who believe, and because Farfetch is cute, where be thy Farfetched? Oh, I swear I just saw it. My eyes wandered away. Where are you, Farfetch'd? There you are. Really cute art. We're gonna put you in D. Putting you in D. Yeah. Dratini! Another Ken Sugimori, which the last one was also Ken Sugimori. Ken Sugimori. Dratini, 40 damage. Wow, I said it all wrong. 40 hit points, 10 damage. Let's be real. It's okay. It's like strictly okay. No weakness. The only thing that resists psychic. Were the evolutions worth it? Oh wait, it didn't even have evolutions until... oh no, it did. That's right. Yeah, I think that's fair. Dugong. I actually kind of think Dugong's kind of good if you play water. Because like 3 energy, 2 water, 1 colorless for 50 damage. Like, you don't get that often. Dratini is super cute. I love this little guy. Oh, we're going to get to some Dragonites. Don't you fret. Dugong, though. I think Dugong's a C. I would even say that Dugong's like better than its predecessor. That Dratini is so cute. And like I said, this is a Ken Sugimori. This is like the stock photo. The stock drawing of Dratini. But Dugong, we put them in C. Actually, maybe we put them in B. Nope, C. Charmeleon. Now, Charmeleon is cool because 3 colorless energy for slash with 80 hit points. And if you have some energy, you get a little flamethrower attack. I actually love that flamethrower is very consistent among different cards. Look at this, between the Charmeleon and the Arcanine. I like that a lot. I think Charmeleon is actually a pretty decent Pokemon. Because of its type, basically because of its typing, the first attack not requiring energy, a specific kind of energy. Would almost put it in B. Actually, you know what? Maybe I put that one in B. Arcanine. The biggest thing with Arcanine is the big 100 hit points. It's really, really good. Like, you want the hundo hit points. You want that. You want those hit points. It does have Flamethrower and an attack that does 80 damage. I think Arcanine can snipe you the game if it's possible that this Pokemon can snipe you the game. I think it's probably as good as Charmeleon. I think it's a B Pokemon. I think it's a B. Pidgeotto. Okay. I don't know how good Whirlwind is because you don't necessarily want to switch them all the time unless you have like a good advantage, if you have good control. Now that said though, Pidgeotto is kind of a weird Pokemon. So you're probably not going to play it too often. And then you do have the ability to steal one of if it was attacked last turn, do the final result of that attack on Pidgeotto to the defending Pokemon. So you basically, if you get hit by something, you can reflect it back. doesn't necessarily mean it's good, because if you had to... First off, you have to survive the hit, which means that surely it's not that strong. Let's go ahead and toss Pidgeotto. We're going to put Pidgeotto in the sort of C category. There's like potential for some level of control. Rough though. All right, Electrode. Now, Electrode's kind of unique because it has this really cool power. It's one of the first Pokemon that have powers, I think. The very first one that we have. Yep. So in reverse order, it's our first Pokemon that has a power. Anytime during your turn, you may knock out Electrode and attach it to one of your other Pokemon. If you do, choose an energy type. Electrode is now that energy type instead of a Pokemon. And it provides 2 of that energy type. So, by giving your opponent a prize, you do have the ability to convert Electrode into a double any color energy. That's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. Especially if you can stay in control with that ability. That said, though, you are weak to fighting, but that also removes... Like if you're already about to lose your Electrode, then using Bazap really, really improves your odds. I think that's I almost want to put it into an A slot. I think that's an A. Okay. Whew. We're finally... Okay, so just so you're aware, Pidgeotto was the start of the rares. I should have announced this. Which is also Ken Sugimori. We took a little detour with Electrode, and now we're back with another Ken Sugimori and another rare. Electabuzz. Now, this card is insanely good, and it's not even the best of this set. Look at this card. 70 hit points. It's a basic Pokemon, 70 hit points, 1 lightning energy, 10 damage, 50-50, like a 50 chance for paralyze, coin toss to paralyze. 1 lightning, 1 colorless, 30 damage, plus you flip a coin if heads, plus 10 damage. If tails, you take 10 damage. This guy is a beast. Like, the only problem with Electabuzz is literally the weakness to fighting and having a slightly higher retreat cost. But, if you're running switches, that's fine. Electabuzz was part of, like, I think they were called... I don't remember what they're called, like Haymaker or something like that kind of style decks, where they were very fast, very aggressive. That was, by the way, Haymaker was also the name of the theme deck, I'm pretty sure. They got you a Hitmonchan. This card might be one of the best basics of its era. Absolutely. Now, not the best. We'll get to the best soon. Dugtrio. Dugtrio. High damage, low hit points. Earthquake dealing 70 damage, but then 10 damage to all your bench. I don't know. I feel like 10 damage ended up being a lot during this era. But still, like, hits like a truck, right? We can put that in C. We'll put that one in C. Dragonair! I love the art on this card. This was one of my favorite looking cards. When I pulled one of these, I was like, foil sucks because it covers up the potential for something like this. This card is gorgeous. Love this card so much. All right. I'm going to rank this card based on how much I like it. That's kind of what this ranking is supposed to be. Cards and how much I like them. Where's my beautiful Dragonair? Dragonair, please show thy beauty. Where is it? Where's Waldo? Wait. I'm gonna... It's so... I'm gonna be so sad if it's not on this list. I swear I saw it just a few moments ago. Wait. Did I? Hang on. Yeah, no, 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 no. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's not just me, right? Help me find Dragonair, everybody. Is it not on this list? Did they forget Dragonair? Oh, I think they forgot Dragonair. Yep. It's not an official tier list by any means. This is just some random person's tier list. They forgot Dragonair on this list. Dragonair, in my opinion, should go into the Bs. I like Dragonair a lot. If you can get your Dragonair set up, its second attack allows you to just nuke an energy off the opponent, which basically just deletes a turn from them. Because, again, very hard to accelerate energy in this format. Interesting. You can't scroll more up on the list? No, this is the top. All the cards are like slightly cut off. Yeah, I just don't think Dragonair is on this list. It's a colorless card, so it'll have a white backing. Yep. We lost Dragonair, folks. That's okay. We'll move on. Beedrill. Beedrill, we're going to make this nice and sweet. I feel like Beedrill is way too slow and way too bad. I feel like Beedrill is a D card. It's not very good. Zapdos. Okay, Zapdos is another basic Pokemon that has 90 hit points. I can't scroll any more up. Zapdos has 90 hit points, 4 energy, 60 damage with a chance to deal 30 damage to itself, 4 electrical energy, 100 damage, discard all energy cards. This card won me a tournament, by the way, because I begged for an extra turn. I loved being a little kid. But it also was part of it was part of just being fat electrical damage with the resistance to fighting, which is pretty good. And no weakness, too. I'm going to be honest with you. I actually do think that's a pretty good card. The format was slower back then. I think that's an A. I think this is an A card. Yeah, I think it's an A card. Okay. Our first of the starter legendaries, the first of the big starters, Venusaur. This card also has a power. You may take 1 grass energy attached to one of your Pokemon and attach it to a different one. So basically, you can move as often as you like. You can move grass energy around. I think this is actually a pretty solid card. It's very, very solid. It's so cute, too. Look at the big, goofing, fat, big throat. Oh, he's so cute. Fuck it. This is my list. I'm giving this A. I'm giving this guy an A. I think it's a pretty solid card. Maybe not as good as Zapdos, but it's a solid card. Does a lot of damage and allows you to rearrange your board as necessary. Grass wasn't a big presence during the old meta, but it's a really cool card, and I kind of wish we had more time to develop it. Raichu. Now, Raichu is kind of like a worse Zapdos, but it does have agility. The art is so cute. Look at this fat Raichu. I love this little guy. You know what? I'm going to give Raichu 80 hit points. Raichu's going to be a C. And it's primarily because I think agility is decent enough. I feel like I'm rating it too high. Poliwhirl, or Poliwrath, sorry. Poliwrath. Now this card, kind of good. 90 hit points. Water Gun does 30 damage plus 10 for each extra energy up to 2, so 50 damage if you have 5 energy attached. Wait, does 10 more damage for each water energy attached to it, but not used. Oh, yeah. Whirlpool, though. So 2 water, 2 colorless, 40 damage. Choose an energy card and discard it. I thought that was actually really good. It is slower, and the format didn't really allow for a lot of big movement, but this is in water, which does splash. Look, it's the only color, the only type that can accelerate energy. So I always wanted to do. I always tried to build a Poliwrath deck, like Poliwrath's Blastoise deck. Feels like it never quite came through, but I will say that I still think it's kind of a B card because Whirlpool was just a beast, and it splashed like I said, you could accelerate the energy, so decent. All right, Ninetales. Now, Fire Blast is the big move to look on this. Because, I'm going to be honest with you, this was like fast. This was like a junior Charizard, a junior fast Charizard, and it could really pump out that damage pretty fast. I think... I don't necessarily think it's better than Arcanine. But I kind of do as well. We'll put it in B. Nidoking! This is a stage 2. It does a lot of damage. Toxic is very interesting, because for 3 grass, the defending Pokemon is now poisoned, but instead they take 20 damage instead of 10 damage. Ninetales isn't cute. Ninetales is gorgeous! At least... You know what? Ninetales is gorgeous. And that's why it's earned... You know what? We'll bump it up one more. We'll bump it up one more just for you. For now. Nidoking, actually... I love it. No, I already said it. It's a law now. Nidoking is interesting. Still not super good, though. I think Nidoking is like an average stage 2. C. Mewtwo! Mewtwo is actually kind of decent, to be honest. Not as fast as the card that's on the end of this row, but pretty powerful enough. And it can stall. I think that Mewtwo's okay. I think that's a B tier Mewtwo. I think that's a B Mew. Mewtwo. Magneton. Now, honestly, I did kind of like Magneton because effectively it just had more hit points and you still had your paralyzed chance. For 30 damage, too. I think Magneton is okay to put... Oh, not that one. The other one. Magneton, here we go. I think this one's okay to put in C. C tier. Machamp. Now, Machamp's kind of interesting. 100 hit points, so a lot of hit points. Stage 2. Whenever has a power strike back, whenever your opponent's attack damages Machamp, this attack deals 10 damage to the attacking Pokemon. So it always struck back. But for 4 energy, so 3 fighting, 1 colorless, 60 damage. Weakness to Psychic, but that never really came up. Plus, it can kind of knock out most Pokemon. Here's a little known fact. Pretty much every version of Machamp from the base set is going to be first edition, because that's how you got, because you got one from, to get the Machamp, I'm pretty sure you had to buy the 2-player starter deck, and that came with a first edition Machamp. I think Machamp is B-C. Okay. We finally got to the Pokemon that determined the meta of the era and ended up choking the meta for a very, very long time. Whew. Hitmonchan. Now, this is a basic Pokemon that has 70 hit points. So already it's pretty beastly with a 1 energy attack. If Hitmonchan was just 70 hit points and jab at 20, it would still be good. It would still be good. But it also has some mid to late game applications. For 2 extra fighting energy and 1 colorless, you get 40 damage. Double your damage. But remember, look at the hit points of most of these Pokemon. Magneton, Hitmonchan knocks it out in 2 attacks anyway. I mean, this has to get knocked out. This will knock it out as well, but it also knocks itself out too, so. And it hurts the entire, like, everyone's bench. Hitmonchan, though, unbelievable. You could win games turn 1 just swinging with this, because remember, we also have, look at these, plus powers. We have plus powers in the format. In fact, I'm moving that up. Hitmonchan is dominated the meta for an incredibly long time, and it really did not stop. This is probably literally the best card printed in the basic format, in the early format. Gyarados. Gyarados is kind of a beast. 100 hit points, 50 damage for 3, 40 damage plus paralyze for 4. I think Gyarados is also noteworthy. Wait, where'd it go? Ah, there it is. And while I really, really like it, I think it's more of a low B. Maybe a low to mid B. You could accelerate onto it fast, though. Yeah, you know what? I lied. It's an A. It is an A. I meant A. Did I say B? I meant A. Clefairy. Clefairy is a weird one because it's kind of a wall that you eventually get to Metronome, which allows you to copy an attack. Choose one of the opponent's defending Pokemon's attacks. You copy it, except for its energy cost, including discarding energy, and then you just get to use that attack. So, Clefairy's up against Charizard, bam, 100 damage, pretty solid. And Clefairy's colorless, so it can be splashed into any deck. And I got a Clefairy from the cards that I got mailed this week. So really, what we're saying is, I kind of think this might be the best, one of the best, $40 hit point Pokemon. It's one of the best 40 hit point Pokemons for the format. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going with. Charizard, the big money maker. Charizard is incredible. Now, as often you like during your turn, as often as you like during your turn before your attack, you may turn all energy attached to Charizard into fire energy. Then it has a move Fire Spin. So, 4 fire energy, discard 2 energy cards attached to Charizard in order to use this attack. It does 100 damage to the target. That is incredible. And you could attach 2 basically double colorless energy on it. Use burn, energy burn. You'd be able to do the attack. You'd still have to discard the cards, but, you know, very fast, big damage. Charizard was a beast, but also actually didn't see a lot of meta play because the meta was dominated by Hitmonchan Electabuzz. I'm gonna say that this is like the best of the Stage 2 Pokemon. Maybe not, no, because there is one other Pokemon that is, I would argue, better. One Stage 2 that's better. Chansey. Chansey was the wall. 120 hit points. Scrunch, you would prevent all damage done to Chansey. And this is all colorless too, 2 colorless. And then if you needed to swing with Chansey, 2 or 4 colorless, 80 damage attack. Deals 80 damage to itself. Weakness to fighting, which sucks, but at 120 hit points, it could stay. It could stay a while. Chansey was actually a good and strong wall. Really, really powerful card. Would delay turns for ages. It is probably the best. The strongest, one of the strongest A tiers, let's say. Now Blastoise. Okay, so Blastoise is actually my choice for the best Stage 2 Pokemon from the base set. And it's because Rain Dance is just a super powerful card ability. It's like the only power that lets you energy accelerate. And so theoretically, you could have like your Magikarps pump out and become Gyarados, dishing out that 50, smacking them down, do the bubble gun, like bubble beam, 80 damage to a Charizard, and chance to paralyze. Like, it just does a lot of damage. It's got a lot of options. Poliwrath, maybe? I don't know. The problem is it also feeds itself. So it does 60 damage. The problem really is that I just feel like water wasn't overall super, super strong during that period. The weakness to electrical is fine because of the hit point pool, but still, you know? I think Blastoise, and also I love Blastoise. So Blastoise, one of my favorites. 60 damage by itself for 5 energy. We're moving Blastoise. Blastoise, I will say, better than Charizard in terms of meta, but still A rank. And our last base set card, Alakazam, who also has a power. Damage swap. As often used like during your turn, you may move one damage counter from one of your Pokemon to another Pokemon as long as you don't knock out that Pokemon. This was actually really powerful and really well used in stall decks like Chansey Stall, other combos like with Tentacool where you can like basically get a free potion each turn. But this ability was really good just because you didn't have a lot of options to deal damage to the bench. So really, you could just stall out for an incredibly long time with this. And if Alakazam needed to, you could swing with it, but typically speaking, you wouldn't be swinging with Alakazam. That said, though, I do think it might be technically the second or maybe the best Stage 2 Pokemon from the set. Not sure. But anyways, so that is our base set. So we finished base set. I'm pretty happy with what we've done here. I'm pretty happy. Let's move on to Jungle. Jungle was the first expansion, and it was incredibly small. And you're going to notice something right away with Jungle. There is only one trainer card in Jungle, and it is Pokeball. Now, Pokeball, though, is actually a pretty good card. Flip a coin. If you win, you can search your search your deck for a basic or evolution card. Show it to your opponent, add it to your hand, and then shuffle your deck. It was one of the only ways we had to just fetch Pokemon, other than like computer search, which did cost 2 discards. So really, in fact, we're gonna move this down. I think Pokeball actually is pretty good, but the coin toss does make it limited good. I think we could call that an A. I think we can call that an A. Maybe a B. We'll call it a B. Alright, we're jumping right into Pokemon. Venonat. Venonat. It's really, really cute. It's just a really cute card. Pretty basic. No, you don't see a lot of power creep in this first expansion. A lot of the cards are very similar in ability and scope. Venonat can heal itself and does have a weakness to fire, which, you know, again, like, not one of the dangers 3, which is like lightning. I'm pretty sure it was just lightning fighting and sometimes psychic, maybe? I don't remember. Maybe it was fire. No. Oh, whatever the case. I really like this card. Venonat's super, super cute. Just a little guy. And he can paralyze. And you know I like paralyze. We'll call this Weedle tier, the C tier. That's like your basic intro tier. Sparrow. No retreat cost. Colorless with a peck. Mirror move. To survive, resistance to fighting, but weakness to lightning. It's a tough one. I feel like that's a tough one. It's just the birds, right? The birds. I actually ran this in my bird deck. And I actually kind of considered it a like sort of like a C tier choice. Not super good. Rhyhorn, we got Leer. Allows you to do a little bit of defending Pokemon can't attack Rhyhorn during your opponent's next turn. Super cool. Benching does change it, so you do have to guss it away. But then 3 energy, 1 fighting, 2 colorless for 30 damage at 70 hit points though. That's decent. It's decent. The art's kind of cute because it looks like it's climbing up towards you. I feel like for stall, it was decent. Maybe we put that in C. We put that in C. The Pikachu! We've got the Jungle Pikachu. So this one is is another fat Pikachu. This was the Ken Sugimori style. Same with Paris, as you can see. 50 hit points. This one, 20 damage, 2 lightning energy, 20 damage, and then you ping one of your opponent's Pokemons, one of their benched for 10. It's kind of decent. I actually kind of liked this one. I know we put normal Pikachu in D. I feel like this Pikachu is like almost exactly the same in terms of effectiveness and average damage, maybe. Technically, it probably hits a little bit harder. Maybe it's slightly better. The weakness to fighting does hurt it, but it has 50 hit points, so it's not dying in 2 hits. It's dying in 3, right? I guess 2 if you can get energy acceleration, but you can't. So, whatever. Paris. This card looks a lot like Ponyta. Oops. And so I kind of want to rank it with Ponyta because I feel like it's not super effective, maybe worse than Ponyta. Maybe this is a D rank card because it doesn't evolve into anything good as well. Yeah, we'll call this D. Oddish. I think Vileplume was okay in this format. I don't remember. This one you could sprout and get more Oddish, which was fun. It does stun Spore and has 50 hit points, so it does do a little bit extra. This feels like average, like on the nose average. I feel kind of bad putting these cards in there. In D. But we must press on. Nidoran. This card, 60 hit points, 0 to 30 damage. And you can search your deck for either a Nidoran male or a Nidoran female and put it on your bench. So there is some stuff with that. I feel like it... Wait. Because Wigglytuff has Do the Wave, right? And that involves filling up your bench, like dealing more damage if your bench is full. I feel like this one's okay, but like... D... This just feels like a standard D. Meowth Payday. This is an interesting card. I think it's one of the few cards that lets you draw with an attack at the time. So really, 10 damage, 2 energy, 10 damage, chance to draw a card. It is slow, and it is also weak to fighting. Again, fighting was just so dominant during this period. We'll call that a D. Mankey. Oh, yeah, I forgot that Mankey had power. Once during your turn, you may look at one of the following. The top card of either player's deck, a random card for your opponent's hand, or one of either player's prizes. Now, this is an interesting card. I feel like to balance it, it has 30 hit points and no retreat cost, as well as a 0, like a colorless, 1 energy, 10 damage attack. With a decent support ability. But it's also vulnerable because this was during an era where like you couldn't, it was harder to do prize mapping, that kind of thing. I feel like this is still a C though, because like the information is very useful and you didn't have a lot during that era. Jigglypuff. Oh, this one's cute too. Oh, I will say Mankey's like dynamic little pose, super cute. See little action lines even around. All right, here's Jigglypuff. 60 hit points. Puts the opponent to sleep. So they have to flip a coin to see if they even wake up or they switch out. Then for 2 colorless, you get 20 damage pounds. Honestly, I feel like it's actually better than what I give it credit for. It's decent. And it better be... There it is. It's decent. I'll give that a C. Goldeen. 40 hit points, 1 water, 10 damage. D. Execute. For psychic damage, he defending Pokemon's asleep, or Leech Seed, 20 damage, 2 grass, 20 damage, heal 1 unless the damage is prevented. This was kind of a weird one because again, I don't think Execute is super good. I don't remember. Maybe it is. This feels horrifically average, but low average, we'll call that a D. We'll give it a D. Eevee. It's our first Eevee. The art is so good on this one, by the way. I love early Pokemon art. I love all Pokemon art, to be frank. Tail Wag. If heads, the defending Pokemon can't attack Eevee during your next opponent's next turn. 2 energy, 2 colorless. You do get a 10 damage plus coin toss. If you get the coin toss, you get 30 damage. Yeah, it's... I feel bad because it just doesn't seem very good. D. Cubone. Reduce the damage. Also, Rage does damage for each damage counter on Cubone. Most of the time, Cubone's going to get knocked out in 2, but it does have resistance to lightning, so it can stay around for a little bit. If it has only 10 hit points left, the attack does 40 damage. That seems pretty decent. We will call that a C. A mid-C. A low mid-C. Bellsprout. This is another Pokemon that can fetch other copies of itself. Depending on your usage, sure, that might be good. But it just is very, very basic. Call that a D. Weepin' Bell. More hit points. It still has a 1 energy attack and a 2 energy attack. Cute Bone, yeah, I know. He's adorable. This art is so good, by the way. If you look, you can see a little tear as it's staring up in the night sky. Very cute. Weepin' Bell. One of the lower cost. If Weepin' Bell was a basic, it would be one of the best ones, and it'd be a part of like the Haymaker trifecta. If it was basic, because it fits in that 70 hit point, 1 energy, multi-energy attacks. I wish Weepin' Bell was stronger. That said, though, I think it is better than Bellsprout. Better than Bellsprout. That's my assessment. Tauros. Tauros is kind of interesting because you can get it going fast. And it does a pretty good amount of damage as a basic. I think we can place Tauros decent. Tauros has earned its place. Where are you, Tauros? Tauros? Hello? Hello, hello? God, is this another one that's missing? Am I blind? Are my eyes just not as keen as once they were? There it is. Haha. Tauros. As a basic, though, I feel like it might be the top of C. Maybe B. Seaking. I don't know how I feel about this one. I just know people aren't out there rolling Sea King decks, you know what I'm saying? Goldeen is so basic. Sea King feels like a liability at that level of investment. I feel like Sea King is literally just a natural evolution to Goldeen in terms of like how the power of the card increases. It's very minimal. Now, Rhydon, though, I think is actually kind of unique. Rhydon does a decent amount of damage. And you also get to switch with your... you basically force your opponent to switch. 100 hit points, 3 energy for 30 damage, 4 energy for 50, then you force them to switch. That feels okay. That feels strictly okay. It just doesn't feel like these setups are as complicated in the early Pokemon meta. So really, it's kind of like just sort of what it is, right? I'll call this a D. The other thing too is that, like, look at the art. It's kind of cute. He's coming at yous. Coming right at yous. Rapidash! So if you noticed, Ponyta didn't have an evolution in the first set. It wasn't until Jungle that we got Rapidash. Now, Rapidash, though, if you have the energy for Ponyta, is actually pretty much a straight upgrade, but in a good way, I think. 70 hit points and also agility, being 2 fire, 1 colorless, 30 damage, with a chance to prevent all damage done to, all effects of attacks done to it on your next turn. Basically forcing you to gust it if you had to. I actually think that it was good. I think this is a B card. I think this is a good B. A strong B. Primeape is weird. It does a lot of damage. I want to like it more. It does have the potential to go from 0 to 60 on Fury Swipes. I don't know. I feel like it's a little too inconsistent for a format in which if you need to deal 60 damage, you just want to deal 60 damage. You don't want to chance that. I think this is strictly an average card. Very, very average. Persian. Persian's kind of a weird one because it doesn't feel super strong, and it kind of feels like a weak delay card. Pounce does 30 damage for 3 energy, and then you reduce the amount of damage you take by opponent's attacks by 10 damage. It just feels so basic. It can slot into any deck, but the biggest problem, of course, is that big weakness to fighting. Because being weak to fighting effectively means that you are just gonna get slammed, man. You never liked Cubone. I just saw that comment. That's wild. I love Cubone. I didn't always like Marowak, but I've always liked Cubone. But to each their own, so it's all good. Persian is... Okay, back to Persian. Persian's art is really, really good. I like this ethereal-looking, like, pink tree. But the card is so meh to me. Parasect. Let's go on to Parasect. 2 energy to sleep. 3 energy for 30. If it was a basic, it would probably be decent. But being an evolution to Paris, it just doesn't hit. It does not hit. Yeah, just not super good. Nidorina. Lose my number. Eep Kitty. Yeah, little Persian. Very cute. The art, unbelievable still. So good. So iconic. Like, look at this Nidorino. Nidorina. You can tell this is a Pokemon. It's a Pokemon-ass Pokemon. Alright. Nidorina is 70 hit points. Again, with the potential of dealing 0 to 60 damage for 3. I don't know. I'm not impressed by those Pokemon. They're too inconsistent to me. And it feels too much like a liability. Even though it does have a good health pool. I'm going to give this a low D. I feel like a Nidorina is a low D. What did I give Nidorino? Oh, yeah. So I also give the male counterpart a a mid D. Just because that one at least does damage. This one's potential is damage. Okay. Marowak. Boomerang, 0 to 60 with coin tosses. Yeah, all feet on the ground. Yes, thank you. See, Pokemon should always have their feet on the ground, except look at me, the hands are barely touching. It's kind of doing the football stance or sumo stance. But still, yeah. They were getting up off the ground as early as Gen 1, unfortunately. Marowak. Marowak seems strictly okay. It feels like the kind of Pokemon that you kind of want to use for setup, but then also fall back onto a chance-based attack. That doesn't mean it's good. I feel like Marowak is not good. I would give Marowak mid, maybe worse than Nidorino even. No, better, technically. No. So with Slowpoke, you might notice that Slowpoke doesn't appear for a while. Slowpoke's first printing, I believe, is actually in Fossil. Right there. And then there's another Slowpoke that gets printed in Rocket. Yeah. They, it took them until Fossil to finish the 150. And then the 151 for Mew was from a, movie promo. Between the sets, yeah. Okay, now we're going to go on to one of my favorite Pokemon in the format, and that is Lickitung. Lickitung is 90 hit points, 1 energy to attack, 10 damage, coin toss for paralyze, 2 energy, coin toss for confuse. Weakness to fighting, which is bad, but the hit point pool meant that it was still surviving several attacks. This Pokemon has a chance to just paralyze lock you. It's a very, very strong stall. And at 90 hit points, again, very, very good. The biggest drawback is the weakness to fighting, but also that 3 retreat cost. At the same time, though, switches were very prevalent in this game. I actually kind of think Lickitung is in this echelon of incredibly good cards. I would say just behind Chansey. A tier. Excuse me. Gloom. Gloom's kind of a fun card. I love the art, first off. We'll talk about the art. It's like one of those CG images. 60 hit points, 1 energy poison, 2 energy, 20 damage, plus both of them are confused. Both you and your opponent are confused now. I think that's fun as hell. I think that's a good setup. You gloom your boy in, poison, confuse, and then you switch him out or whatever to get him back. I think decent. I think Gloom is actually decent. I'll give Gloom a C tier. I feel like a lot of grass Pokemon are kind of in that C to D tier. But very few of them break into A. And the only one that does is probably the hardest one to get out. Okay. So here was the linchpin to one of my, was it this one? Yeah, Fearow and Dodrio were both like linchpins in my old competitive deck. Not competitive, I just did Pokemon League. But I actually thought this was a really good card. 70 hit points, 0 retreat cost, 3 energy, 20 damage, but you flip coin to prevent all effects of attacks and damage. So if you won, it was great. And then at 4 energy, you did 40 damage. The worst part is the weakness to lightning. But that's, the 70 hit points was pretty good. Plus, 50% of the time, hopefully you would get to prevent all damage dealt to you. I actually thought that was really good. Especially for a stage 1. And with double colorless energy being so good. You know what? I think it's a B tier. This is a B tier Pokemon. I think I'm going to move this up to A tier. No. No, I lied. Because the reason to use this is for all these Pokemon. And they're all like A and B tier. Oh wait, no, not Butterfree. Executor. Flip a number. Okay, the big one is Explosion. Flip a number of coins equal to the number of energy attached to Executor. This attack does 20 damage times the number of heads. There was potential. But then there's also Teleport. Switch Executor with one of your benched Pokemon. I love Executor. This is a cute-ass card. It is adorable. It feels bad. I think this is a bad card. I think there were some decks that utilized it, but I think it's a D. I think it's a D card. Dodrio! So, 20 hit points. Weakness to lightning and fighting, exactly like Fearow. But different abilities. As long as Dodrio is benched, pay 1 less to retreat your active Pokemon. That's pretty solid. That's really good. Good support. So it does something on the bench. And Rage does 10 plus 10 damage for each damage counter you have. I thought that was actually okay. I thought that was pretty darn good. I think people slept on Dodrio, which is crazy. Well, not crazy, but I might have been one of the earliest people to be utilizing that at my league. I'm going to give this a B. A low B, but a B. Butterfree. Butterfree's kind of a weirdo because Whirlwind, again, you're not sure if Whirlwind's actually going to be good. You basically deal damage, then switch, your opponent switches their Pokemon. And they choose, by the way. If you chose, it would probably be a lot better. And then followed by Mega Drain, where you get healed half as much damage as you deal. The resistance to fighting is amazing. This card, Butterfree, could stand up to fighting types, which is great. So, Ishmanot, with your favorite Butterfree Caterpillar kind of Pokemon, we're going to give this a... We're giving this a B. We're giving this a low mid B. All right. We are finally into the rares. We are right at the rares. Oh, is this going to do the foil rare? So, Wizards of the Coast, yeah, it is. Okay. So, Wizards of the Coast, to pad the set number a bit, created non-foil and foil versions of these cards. So, basically, when Jungle started, you had a chance to get any of the rares, foil or non-foil. The foiling pattern was a bit rough back in the day and was very much prone to scratching. Even if you sleeve them up, if you were playing with your cards, you were going to get them scratched up. Yep, we gave Butterfree B. Now, going back to it. Wigglytuff. Do the wave. First off, 1 energy. First off, 80 hit points. That's the big thing. 1 energy, defending Pokemon is now asleep. 3 energy, do the wave. If you have a full bench, you do 60 damage with this attack, which is pretty darn good for a very quick card that you can get out and in play. And it slots into any deck, really. I thought this was actually pretty good. I think this is a good card. The weakness to fighting is the worst part, but at 80 hit points, you're going to survive a couple hits. I think Wigglytuff actually is is a low A. A low A. Yeah, a mid to high A. Wigglytuff, yeah. Pink is always higher up. I want to give it to S, but S is going to be our exclusive club. Only the most exclusive mods are in S. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. We play it the way we play it. These are my rules. All right, team. Vileplume. Once during your turn, you may flip a coin. If heads, remove 1 damage counter from one of your Pokemon. Petal Dance. 3 grass energy. Flip 3 coins. It deals 40 damage for each heads, so 0 to 120 damage. But Vileplume is now confused. I don't like this Pokemon because to use its attack, you basically... chances are this was not being used for attack. It was kind of just using it as a stage 2, maybe a stall extender by slowly healing Pokemon. But even then, it just does not do a lot of damage. It's not very... I feel like it's not very good. I'm willing to put Vileplume in D tier. Where is Vileplume? I thought I saw Vileplume just a second ago. Don't do this to me again. Don't do this to me again. There it is. I think Vileplume is... Actually, you know what? As a support card, maybe a low C. A low C. Gonna go back inside. If you're still on, it should be back in about 25 minutes. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna be here for a little bit. A while. So, yeah, if you can make it back, awesome. If not, it's all good. Thank you for joining me. It's always good seeing your face. All right, Victory Bell. Another stage 2 grass type. Lure is just meh. And then Acid does like no damage. And then also your opponent can't retreat. But they can use switches. There's a lot of tools to get out of this. It just doesn't feel like Victory Bell has the teeth. No big power on the Victory Bell. I did have a bunch of foil Victory Bells, by the way. I kept pulling Victory Bells. This is a D card. I think that's D. Venomoth. But cute plant. I know. And it is cute. It is really cute. I love Victory Bell. That's a Ken Sugimori, by the way. Like I said, it's that stock foot, like that stock image in the middle of a blurred background. Venomoth. Once during your turn, you may change the type of Venomoth to the type of any other Pokemon in play other than colorless. There's potential with this one, and I always loved its ability, Venom Powder. If you get heads, the defending Pokemon is now confused and poisoned for 10 damage. I thought that was actually pretty cool, but I feel like it's a little slow, and it's just... It feels like a C. I'm going to give this a C. Low C. Low C. Vaporeon, the first of the evolutions. You know what? Let's just go down to the foil versions because we're gonna do foil versions. Here it is. Quick attack and water gun. You know what those attacks do? Weakness to lightning. This card, I feel like, didn't have a good place. Like, there's something to be said about, like, if you want to make an EV all-type attack deck, you could run one, because, like, a lot of the evolutions, I think a bunch of them had, like, yeah, quick attack. They all had quick attack. So you could theoretically always attack with them, and you'd have 3 type choices. There's utility in that. And I do kind of like that. They are thematical as well. And, you know, a decent amount of hit points. Where? There is Vaporeon. I think Vaporeon gets to sit in C because of the weakness to lightning. All right, Snorlax. This is another wall Pokemon. Snorlax cannot become asleep, confused, paralyzed, or poisoned, so immune to all status effects. Oops. Okay. And then Body Slam. 4 energy, 30 damage, target is not paralyzed, but has 90 hit points and a 4 retreat cost. I love this card. It's super cute. It's Ken Sugimori. Again. And actually a decent stall card. I'm going to give this one a B. I think this is a good B. A good B card. All right. It's the time we've all been waiting for. Scyther enters the room. Scyther was one of the trifecta of aggressive basic powerhouses in the format. Hitmonchan, Electabuzz, and Scyther were the 3 that you were kind of expecting to go up against if you entered competitive Pokemon at the time. This card is actually really, really strong. And for a number of reasons. 70 hit points. resistance to fighting. Keep that in mind. Remember, Hitmonchan is like the best Pokemon in the format during this time. 0 retreat cost. Its first attack is a setup attack, Swords Dance. Changes the damage from 30 to 60 per Slash. But then Slash itself is 3 colorless, so it could slot into any deck. This card could slot into any deck. It was an easy pick if you knew you were gonna, if you wanted to fight against a fighting type, or if you knew Hitmonchan was on the table. This is an incredible card for that. Very fast, very, very strong. Oops. I would say that this, along with the other members of the Haymaker Trifecta, the triple threats, these are all S tier. This is an S tier Pokemon. And again, it's because it can slot into any deck. These 3 were the most dangerous Pokemon in the format. I had 4 copies of Hitmonchan, which I did run in my fighting deck. But in my lightning deck, which I converted to, I did 4 copies of Electabuzz because it was just too good. Too good. All right. Here's a Pokemon, Pinsir, who, oh, by the way, this is another Ken Sugimori. I think I already said that. Love these. This one I think looks really good. Scyther looks really good. The proportions are just good. Okay. Pinsir. So Pinsir is very similar to the Haymaker Rushdown Trifecta, except that he's much, much slower. Genuinely, if Iron Grip cost 1 energy and did 10 damage, like, 20 damage, yeah. No Paralyze. And then Guillotine only costs 3 energy. This might be a part of the Aggression Trifecta. But the reality is this one just does... Pinsir just doesn't keep up and is pretty much, for all intents and purposes, is a worse Scyther. Just a really bad Scyther. I would still say that it is good enough, but you would never pick it over Scyther. We'll call that a C. Feels harsh, but I think it belongs in C. Pidgeot. So, Jungle adds the final stage 2 of the Pidgeotto line, right? And it's okay. It's strictly okay. Stage 3 Pokemon are so... Or Stage 2 Pokemon are just so... They need to be so good, or they're just not good enough, unfortunately. Big up is that 0 retreat cost, resistance to fighting, but weakness to lightning, so... It's just okay. It's just okay. Which basically means it's not good. You can't just be okay. You gotta be good, good, good. There you are. Alright, so we're gonna actually put this on D. Sorry. 80 hit points for stage 2. Meh. Nidoqueen. I do kind of like its ability. Boyfriends does 20 more damage for each Nidoking in play. Theoretically, you could have 4 Nidokings on your bench and then do like an extra 80 damage or 100 damage for Nidoqueen. Mega Punch also does 50 damage for 4 energy. Like, I kind of think that if there was a way to develop it better, Nidoqueen might have been a contender. But it is so costly to maintain, literally, because the lines would have to be 4/4/4s. So your only Pokemons are going to be the Nidos. All of an entire Nido deck. Where did I put Nidoking? Was Nidoking on the... Where did Nidoking go? Where did we land on Nidoking? Is Nidoking not on this list? I'm putting Nidoqueen in C. Oh, there's Nidoking. It is Nidoking. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We did talk about that. I think she is slightly better than Nidoking. Because even with just 1 or 2 Nidokings on the bench, that's 60 damage for 2. But still not great. Still not great. Mr. Mime! Mr. Mime is interesting because Mr. Mime's invisible wall power, which, by the way, this is a Ken Sugimori, as was the last one. But Mr. Mime's ability is whenever an attack does 30 or more damage to Mr. Mime, prevent that damage. So you can only hit Mr. Mime for up to 20 damage each turn. And that's after applying weakness and resistance. Which, by the way, he has no resistance, so it doesn't matter. Mr. Mime is a good stall card. It takes at least 2 turns to get rid of him. And then during that time, if you do hit him once, his attack goes from 10 damage to 30 damage. So, pretty decent. I think Mr. Mime is probably like a solid B. Maybe an A, because like you can stall for a while with Mr. Mime. Genghis Khan. I like this card a lot. It's not necessarily super good. I wish the Comet Punch was something like, instead of a potential for 80 damage, it did like a minimum of 20 and then could get up to 60. I would rather have that. Genghis Khan is super cute. I love the art. I love the little baby in the pouch. But, yes, Mr. Mime is not people's favorite. In fact, you know what? With that reaction, we're dropping Mr. Mime down to B. There we go. This is for the audience. Mr. Mime gets dropped to a B due to people's reaction to Mr. Mime. Is that fair? Is that fair? That's where he belongs. Yeah, in the bitch tier. All right. Sorry. Next Pokemon. Genghis Khan. I wish Genghis Khan had some ability to sort of like preserve itself, like do a defensive ability or something like that, because Genghis Khan feels like the kind of card that is a wall that that's supposed to hit back, but it doesn't really hit that hard. We're going to give that a bad B, a B minus. Jolteon. And we'll do Flareon at the same time. Jolteon and Flareon are both interesting because, again, they have that double colorless energy. They can be slotted into any deck, and they offer multiple typing attacks. Jolteon does suffer from having fighting energy as his weakness, as well as a secondary attack that has the potential to do 0 to 80 damage for 3 energy. That feels too much of an invest. 3 energy feels like too much of an investment to risk doing 0 damage. We're going to do Jolteon and Flareon at the same time. Flareon is unique in that I think it's probably one of the better of the evolutions, because, well, I would say Vaporeon's the best one, but Flareon's definitely the second best one. The art is also sick as hell. Look at this art. Like, isn't that wild? By the way, the same artist did all 3 of these. There's one thing about Jolteon that I kind of don't like. Look what's happening here. Is this... I think what's supposed to be happening is Jolteon's paw is like up in the frame like this. Like what you're seeing on screen right now. But it kind of doesn't read that way for Jolteon. I've always been confused about Jolteon's art. Everything else, though, looks amazing. Like, I love this more manga-esque style for the Jolteon. And then for this is my favorite Vaporeon. A very aquatic-looking Vaporeon. Very, very fish-like look. Really like that. Flareon also just looks good. Like, Flareon just looks good, right? I think we got to give these... They're probably all as effective as each other. Jolteon might be the worst one, technically, because that weakness to fighting. And I know I keep harping on it, but it's true. Like, it's tough with that weakness to fighting. Also, though, having an attack that can potentially do no damage just really sucks. It's hard to deal with. Let's give... You know what? I feel like I was a little too harsh on Vaporeon. I kind of think these are all B. I think they're all B tier. Where's that Jolteon? What the heck? Don't tell me Jolteon's missing too. Yeah, I think Jolteon's missing. Oh, no, there it is. So overall, I would say Jolteon is probably still a B. The worst of the three. I like Vaporeon the most. Flareon might technically be the best one out of the three because the weakness to lightning hurts it, but you know. Still. Really good. I love the evolutions. They are solid. We're on our last two cards of Jungle. Electrode and Clefable. Let's start with Electrode. Electrode's interesting. It does damage and then also hits the bench with its secondary attack. Technically, it can do up to... Okay, if the defending Pokemon isn't colorless, this attack does 10 damage to each bench Pokemon of the same type as the defending Pokemon, including your own. So you're basically Arc and Lightning everywhere, all over the place. It's kind of an interesting card, but I don't like the value of hit your own guys. It doesn't sing to me. I feel like Electrode has a hard time. Put it in D tier. And finally, Clefable. So Clefable is kind of just a more stally Clefairy. That said, though, being an evolution, it didn't feel like it took as much... because it takes a lot more real estate, it feels less good than Clefairy. In fact, Clefairy might be a little high ranked. We might move Clefairy down to A. Or down to B. And then I think we put Clefable... Wait, where did I drop Clefable? I must have dropped Clefable off somewhere. Clefable, come back. Where'd you go? Did I drop it off? Where's that Clefable? Oh my god. Yes, I must have accidentally clicked somewhere. Okay, so Clefable's already on the tier list. We must rescue Clefable. Help me find Clefable, please. Oh, ads. That's okay. I'm looking for Clefable. Oh, there's Clefable. Okay. In fact, let me... Oh. We're going to wait for ads. We're going to wait for ads. I'm going to show you what I did. Ads! Are they over? I can't tell if ads are over. Are ads over? Are we back? Doing a little bit of yawn in here. Sorry. I had a very long work week. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, okay, I think we're back. We're gonna put Clefairy back in A, and then put Clefable. Maybe put Clefable right behind Clefairy. No. Maybe we move... Yeah. I think we move Clefairy and Clefable. Yep. Nope. They're going to stay in A. I'm going to give them A. I'm giving them A. Oh. I was just saying... we're moving Clefairy down in A rank. Actually, you know what? Maybe they can keep their spot. And then we're going to move Clefable. High B? All right. We'll give Clefable mid B. Mid A. And that's all of our jungle cards. We did it. Let's go. And the final set. Not the final one, actually. We're going to do Rocket as well. I forgot. The final set of the first block. That's not true. Not the final set. The next set. All right, so we do get some trainers here. We get Mystery Fossil, which is how you evolve into the fossil Pokemon. This is the weird gimmick that they created for him. I don't like these cards. I feel like they're kind of rough. It's a lot of liability. The fossils all have some cool, interesting abilities, but I would argue that this card kind of sucks. It doesn't do anything, right? It's bad. Giving it an F. Recycle. Flip a coin of heads. Put a card from your discard pile on top of your deck. There is some use for recycle. Mostly, though, I love this sad face. This sad little boy. I think this is one of the only ways to get cards out of the discard pile. So we'll put it in C. But look at this sad Jigglypuff. Just eat. All right. Gambler. Gambler's an interesting card because of the... Like, if you do Professor Oak, you discard your hand, you get 7 cards. You run Gambler, you shuffle your hand into your deck, and then you flip a coin. If heads, you get 8 cards. Tails, you get 1. Now, this can still work out for a lot of people. I actually kind of think it's okay. It's C. It's like a C. A C. All right, here's one of the cards I was really excited about. Energy Search. Search your deck for a basic energy, put it in your hand, shuffle your deck afterwards. This card is just a good fetch card, and it was like the earliest energy fetch cards that we had access to. It was free. You just got the energy. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I'm going to give this a B. I would say it's probably better than Pokeball, because Pokeball is chance. But still, pretty decent. And then finally, the last trainer of the set, Mr. Fuji. Choose a Pokemon on your bench, shuffle it, and any cards attached to it into your deck. This was great for stall decks. So stall decks ran this a lot. Once your Chanseys got too much damage on them, you would have your Alakazam move all the damage to that Chansey, and then you would cycle it back into your deck with a Mr. Fuji. Not bad. Really not bad. I would say probably pretty good. I know we're rating stall kind of high, so there's that. Now let's get into the Pokemon. Actually, before we do that, I need to take a quick restroom break. So I'll be right back. And then we'll continue the list with the rest of the Pokemon from Fossil. BRB. And I'm back. Okie dokie day. Zubat. Zubat was a fun little card. Unfortunately, Zubat didn't really lead to a lot of stuff. 0 retreat cost is good. Resistance to fighting is good. But it is not super, super strong overall. Let's give Zubat... I don't want to be harsh because it's a cute Pokemon. It's so cute. This isn't a super serious tier list. I think Zubat is kind of a little bit below average. Sorry, Zubat. Better luck next time. Tentacool. It's got Cowardice. So 30 hit points. Anytime during your turn before your attack, you may return Tentacool to your hand. Discard all energy attached to Tentacool. This power can't be used the turn you put Tentacool into play, or if your Tentacool is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. I need to check something because part of me remembers that Cowardice didn't have that line in there before. Let me take a look. Tentacool base set. Base set. Oh, is there a ban? Oh, no. Never mind. It's, oof. I just went into a weird rabbit hole. Almost. Okay. Tentacool kind of sucks. There was like a little bit of a combo you could do with Alakazam. You could, if you already had your Tentacool out, you could move 20 damage on there. It would act like a free potion. But, you know, not that great. Not that great overall. Let's be real. Where is Tentacool? Where's the Tentacool? Is this another card missing from this list? That's okay. This isn't like, you know. Oh well. Yeah, I don't see it as well. I would have put Tentacool probably in D tier. Slowpoke! Slowpoke is really adorable. I love this art so much. The minimalism on this card is incredible. Just a tiny little guy being a little guy. All right. Ah. Scavenge. Discard one energy attached to Slowpoke in order to use its attack. Put a trainer card from your discard pile into your hand. So, little guy doesn't even attack, but is so cute. We gotta put him in. I want to put him in S tier because he's adorable. All right, let's put him in. Technically C tier, but because of the cuteness factor, we're putting him in B tier. Shellder. Unfortunately, another kind of like, Pokemon. Not a lot going on with Shellder, but Shellder is super, super cute. There is that. Oh, here's Tentacool. Put Tentacool in D. Shellder was the one we just did. My short-term memory just disappeared on me. Shellder, I feel like, is kind of a D as well. Not super good. Like, kind of okay stall, but, like, you missed that coin flip and it's over. Not good. Psyduck. Pretty cute. Now, Psyduck has a really cool ability. S tier. We had to put Slowpoke in B tier, but for you, maybe we'll move it to A tier. Slowpoke's in A tier now. No? Not good enough? Oh my gosh. My audience is clamoring. You missed it. Oh yeah, Slowpoke. We were doing the Slowpoke judging. Okay, we'll redo it for you. Look at this adorable Pokemon. Look at this art. This is the first Slowpoke printed. This is a Miki Takano. Or Takano? Miki Takano. So cute. Very minimalistic. Really love this Pokemon. It does fetch and it can tank a little bit, but we are looking at a Slowpoke. We'll do Psyduck with it. I actually think Psyduck's actually kind of good. Your opponent can't play trainers during his or her next turn. That ability is a lockdown power and actually pretty strong. Like, kind of low key. I'm not even joking with this. No memes. I kind of think Slowpoke's an A, or Psyduck's an A. I really think Psyduck's an A. Because shutting off the ability to use trainers is incredibly strong. Most of the game is like utilizing the really powerful trainers we have to fetch the cards that we need. If you can start off by locking down their ability to use trainers, and remember, this is trainers. All of the cards, there weren't supporters, there weren't stadiums, that kind of thing. They were all considered trainers. So like, just this alone, your opponent can't play trainers during his or her next turn. That's incredible. That buys you so much time. Super, super good. I actually believe that Psyduck is unironically an A tier. You know what? These two get to be an A together. Just cuz. S tier. S tier. Psyduck is S tier now. You convinced me. Ammonite. So, this one evolves from the Fossil card, which, right? Your opponent plays with his or her hand face up. Basically, you can always see what your opponent's cards are. This kind of starts the trend where Fossil Pokemon have, like, basically really powerful, power gimmicks, like, for a while. And it sort of continues even to this day, because I believe that, like, Lugia V star decks use, can't remember what that Pokemon is called. There's a Fossil Pokemon that they use. It's really good. Anyways, Water Gun's on a bad attack. This one, okay, Omanyte feels strictly okay. We'll give that mid-C. Because remember, these are the stats for a stage 1, but it looks like it looks like a base, like a basic Pokemon. Kind of think low C now. All right, Krabby. Krabby. Call for family, so to fetch more Krabbies, and then Iron Grip. 2 energy, 1 colorless, 1 water to deal 20 damage, 50 hit points. How do I put this? It's like C minus, D minus, D mid D-ish level. Not super great. Kabuto! This art is so cute. This is another Ken Sugimori. Whenever an attack does damage, even your own, to Kabuto, after applying weakness or resistance, this attack only does half the damage, rounded down to the nearest 10. So, with 30 hit points and Scratch, I just, again, like, the gimmick is fine, but it just does not perform very well. This is a low D. That's a low D. In fact, where did I put Ammonite? Okay, Ammonite does have a power, so at least there's that. Horsey, I think, is actually kind of decent because of Smokescreen. The ability to, basically, the attack does damage. If the opponent attacks you the next turn, flip a coin. If tails, the attack does nothing. Those are pretty decent. And actually, we're going to see another Pokemon coming up that I think is really good that got slept on. This, I'm going to give this into a B. This is like a mid-B. Mid-B. The art is really cute. It's doing its thing. Okay, here's another card that I really like. This Grimer is adorable. Look at this little guy. He's at the factory in the waste, and he's at, he's home in the wastelands out at night, and he's hanging out. Just got his arm up on his little can. He's super cute. Really, really adorable. Nasty Goo, first off. Homie got Nasty Goo. You could splash this into anything because it's colorless. 10 damage, coin toss for Paralyze? That's solid. That's solid, right? Plus, Muck is actually kind of decent. I would say this is probably a C. This feels like a C. Geodude. Flip coins. Okay, first off, 50 hit points. Weakness to grass. Not too bad. Not too bad. No resistance, so whatever. But one fighting, one colorless. Flip coins until you get tails. This attack does 10 damage per hit. Now, I've literally played games where I've knocked out like 100 hit point Pokemon by just flipping like a god. I've also done no damage with it immediately. Geodude is a probability the gambler's Pokemon. Geodude is the gambler's Pokemon. I'm going to give this a B. This feels like a B. The potential is there, but it just isn't consistent. And that is something to consider. He's so happy. Yeah, the Grimer is having a blast. Loving it. So cute. Super, super cute. Like I said, I actually really like the Grimer art. Low key, this is one of my favorite, like, old, like, full scene cards. It's really cute. All right, let's move on to Ekans. Ekans is kind of a weird one because Ekans feels like the kind of Pokemon, like other grass Pokemon, would have had 10 damage on Spit Poison. He kind of doesn't. So it feels weird where it feels like they could have been fine allowing Ekans to always poison the target. As it stands, I feel like Ekans is just not super good. But if you do get the poison, then next turn you can start dealing damage, and then you can try for Paralyze. That's like a C. That's like a C. Hey, welcome back. Yes, glad you got snacks. I should get snacks. Your boy needs snacks too. We'll get them later. Wheezing. This doesn't feel good. It's super okay. It's big attack. KOs itself. Does 60 damage, KOs itself, and then deals 10 damage to all the other Pokemon. I don't know. I feel like the applications for Wheezing very, very limited. This is a D. I'd say this is a mid D. Tentacruel. As a general upgrade to Tentacruel, pretty solid. You know, a lot of fond memories of the art of Dark Wheezing. We are getting to Dark Wheezing. I'm very excited to get to Rocket. Rocket's one of my favorite sets. And it's one of the sets I bought the least of when I was at the height of when I was playing. But anyways, Tentacruel. I like this action-y pose. It's kind of weird because it's like, what's happening under there? Is lightning exploding out from under it? Like, what is Tentacruel doing? Anyways. Oh, is that the blast from it stinging you? Is that what I'm looking at? Anyway. I don't know. Tentacruel is kind of underwhelming. Doesn't really do a lot. It's not going to win you the game. It's not going to stall. It's like as good as Tentacruel. Slowbro. We are on Slowbro right now. I know this is a community favorite. As often as you like during your turn, you may move one damage counter from one of your Pokemon to Slowbro, as long as you don't knock out Slowbro. Slowbro is just like, yo, bring that damage to me. I'll do it. I'll take it. I actually kind of think Slowbro is kind of decent. Like, unironically decent. Not super, super good, but decent. Let's give this a low B. A mid to low B. I think Slowbro deserves a mid to low B. Seadra. Now, Seadra, I like agility. Agility was one of my favorite attacks when I was younger. But Seadra is a bit slower than the other Pokemon. It does hit eventually. It's still kind of like in water acceleration, like Rain Dance decks, it's fine. But in Rain Dance decks, you're going to want to run Gyarados anyway. So unfortunately, Seadra ends up in this weird spot, which is kind of wild because I like Horsea a lot, but Seadra is just not there. I would give Seadra a low C. A low C. Sandslash. Sandslash is kind of a weird one. 2 colorless for the 20. 2 fighting for 0 to 60. Resistance to lightning. I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't feel like this card is ever going to be picked. That might be a low C. A low C because of the colorless. The utility with the colorless makes it good. Omnistar. This is such a weird card. Omnistar is effectively, in my opinion, just a worse Seadra. And instead of being stage 1 like Seadra, it's stage 2. I actually kind of think Omnistar is bad. I think it's bad. Bad. Okay. Now we're hitting the last card. This card is a weird one. Magmar from Fossil fits the template of the Haymaker trio. That's, for a reminder, that's Hitmonchan, 70 hit points, 1 attack, 1 energy, 20 damage, 3 energy, 40 damage. Electabuzz, 1 damage, 1 energy attack, builds up to a bigger attack. Scyther, a little bit slower than the other two, but able to use double colorless, like basically not a double, just 3 colorless for its attack. Magmar fits into that mold with Smokescreen for stall, but it doesn't really have the damage output that the other two have. It does have Smog, which if you win the coin toss, you do get poison, and it's cheaper than the other ones. So I'm almost surprised that it didn't really hit the format as hard, but I think it was during a time when grass Pokemon were just not going to be ones that you saw a lot during competitions, except that this is like the perfect fight me for Scyther, right? I'm almost surprised that it is not more recognized in that vein. I sort of get it though, because it's just not, it doesn't hit. It's not as chunky as the other ones. I still think it's probably a low A, an A minus maybe. We'll give that an A minus. Kingler. Again, kind of a weird card because you can direct compare it to Seadra and Gyarados, for instance. Kingdra just doesn't hit like a Gyarados hit. It also doesn't quite have the survivability of a Kingdra. I gotta be honest, I think it is a D, a mid D. Graveler. Graveler kind of wild. We're gonna do Graveler and Golem together since they're next to each other anyway. Graveler is kind of like a weird one. It doesn't have the hit points to feel like a good tank. And then Harden, instead of dealing damage, you're preventing damage. Like, it just doesn't feel that strong. 3 energy for 40 is on par with what's the ability called? Super Punch? Yeah, Special Punch for Hitmonchan, but Hitmonchan has more hit points, is a basic. Yeah, I don't know. Graveler just doesn't feel very inspired. Golem kind of has the same issues. The biggest thing with Golem is the ability to do 60 damage with 4 energy. That's like standard for 60 damage slots at the time. 100 damage to get you that knockout, but then everyone gets blown up for 20. It's got potential, I think, but Golem has potential. I think Graveler sucks. Let's rate them accordingly. I think this is just a bad stall card. And then I kind of think that Golem is like a mid-C. I feel like I'm rating Golem too high. Psyduck. Or Golduck, sorry, Golduck. Yeah, poor guy indeed. Golduck, though. Golduck's kind of an interesting one. If you're playing with the Psyduck lock, I don't think you're ever going to add Golduck to your deck. But if you do, you get the chance for paralysis, but most importantly, you get Hyper Beam, which does let you eat an energy card from them, but it does only 20 damage. It just feels like it's going to drag out the game. It doesn't feel like it's winning you the game. It feels like Golduck is buying you an extra turn. Maybe. We'll give that a C. Low C. Did I really give... Yeah, I also gave Seadra a C. Alright, Golbat. Golbat is kind of wild. Its wing attack is solid, but it just doesn't do anything else. It is, as a stage 1, it's kind of rough. It does have resistance to fighting, which is great, and it does have a 0 retreat cost. I actually kind of think it's probably like a high C. It's just that you'll never really play it, in my opinion. Oops. There it is. Let's give it a high C. Yeah, there you go. You're in that echelon. All right, so Fossil Ghastly. Fossil Ghastly is a very interesting card. It's got, first off, base Ghastly had 30 hit points. The chance to paralyze. Oh, no, the chance to sleep. And then Destiny Bond, where basically you discard an energy, and if they knocked out your Ghastly, you would knock out the opponent's Pokemon. I actually think that this Ghastly is way better. It does paralyze with, first off, 50 hit points, 1 psychic energy, 10 damage, chance to paralyze, 0 retreat cost, and 30, sorry, not 30, resistance to fighting type. That's really, really good, in my opinion. Also, conversion, if you really need it. Put 2 energy cards from your discard pile into your hand. It does 10 damage to itself. I think that's actually pretty good. We're going to give, I think, genuinely, Ghastly, for its sort of ease and utility, earns a slot in B. We're even going to give it a solid B. Because as an opener for any Psychic decks, like, sure, that's pretty solid. Cloyster. Cloyster is kind of... it has 50 hit points. It basically doesn't really get any durability when it evolves from Shelter. Shelter has 40 hit points. This one has 10 more hit points. It just is not good. It's like as good as Shelter. Just rough. All right, next card is Arbok. Oh, I'm gonna run a quick ad. You know what? No, we're gonna finish this, and then we'll run an ad, and then finish off the evening. All right, Arbok. Ekans, kind of rough. Arbok, also kind of rough. It just doesn't feel like it's very, very strong. I feel like it's part of the D squad. It's such a D card. In fact, I'm going to move Ekans down to D as well. There. I'm sorry. Our first rares. Also, we're actually going to move over to the Hollows. Because Wizards of the Coast did this again, where they basically had to pad out the set number. Which, by the way, is... Let me take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4... So, 4 times 4, 16 cards. So the set was 16, even less than the 62 cards total, because they added hollow and unhollow versions, non-hollow versions. That's crazy. All right, Raichu. It almost surprises me. Wait, did we? Yeah, we talked about the other Raichu with agility. This Raichu, 90 hit points, some more hit points, 4 electrical energy, 30 damage. Then choose 3 of your opponents to deal 10 damage to each of them. I kind of like it. It's 60 damage that's spread out, Giga Shock. But I do think it's worse than the other Raichu. It is very, very cute. Got chicken nuggets. Since it's just unacceptable to put balsamic dressing on them, I switched out for taco sauce. Listen, in the comfort of your own home, people can't see what you're doing. Can't see the madness you wring. Oh. Sorry, Raichu. Raichu is, let's be real, Raichu is really cute, really fat, kind of a C, very, very average, very, very meh. Not necessarily better than old Raichu, but certainly a Pokemon. But cute, because fat. Eat all the sauces you want. Yes, I agree. I agree with Donut. Enjoy thy sauces. Muck. Muck is very interesting because Muck has one of the only ways to suppress other Pokemon's powers. YOLO! Ignore all Pokemon powers other than toxic gas. This power stops working while Muck is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. Also Sludge, 30 damage for 3 grass energy, flip a coin, poison. Muck is okay. Muck, I think, is a strong lockdown card. Since the format was somewhat limited in the sense that, like, you don't have to do a ton to get your card set up. And Muck does knock out several powers. I'm going to give Muck a high B. Moltres. You may discard any number of fighter energies attached to Moltres when you use this attack. If you do, discard that many cards from the top of your opponent's deck. This is the earliest mill card that we have, I believe. Also, though, Dive Bomb, 4 fire energy, 80 damage. Flip a coin, nothing. If you lose. I think Moltres is very much a high risk, high reward kind of Pokemon. It doesn't really have energy acceleration. I'm calling that a D. Resistance to fighting is good, but genuinely, it's just... You're not going to win anything with Moltres. The Megaton. So this is the other Magneton. Magneton. This one is so similar to the other one, but it doesn't attack. Its attack does 10 less damage, and it doesn't paralyze. The more I look at this card, the more I want to move Magneton to B tier and move this one to C tier. The sad truth is I don't know. This Magneton just doesn't feel very good. We'll call that a low C. Low C. Not cute. Not kawaii. All right, Lapras. I am surprised that Rain Dance did not make a bigger splash in the format, because this feels like the kind of like Haymaker sort of level of aggression. Maybe not Haymaker, but like Magmar, the Fossil Magmar level, where it's a little bit more tame. 80 hit points. Water Gun does up to 30 damage. And then you also get some confusion. So it feels like a really strong early choice Pokemon. Again, just very surprised that Lapras and Crew didn't, like Water in general, didn't make a bigger splash. I think this is a B. I think this is a good B. A good B. Kabutops. Kabutops, sorry. Stage 2, it feels like it takes too long to get into play. Only has 60 hit points. It can absorb 20 hit points per turn if it doesn't get any damage resistance. But still, just too much setup for it, and it just doesn't feel like it's very strong at all. I think I will put this in C, mid-C. Lower mid-C. Hypno. Honestly, Hypno, it's kind of a weird one too. You do get to have some disruption for your opponent, which is nice. 90 hit points, nice. 3 psychic energy, 30 damage. Choose one of your opponent's benched. 10 damage to that one. It feels like a disruption card. It feels like a control card. But it doesn't quite have the legs to really shine, I think. I think this is as good as... Maybe not, maybe better than Drowsy. Yeah, Yeah, somewhere here. I'll give it somewhere there. Hitmonlee. Unlike Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee very meh. Stretch Kick. If Stretch Kick, gosh, Stretch Kick is one of those weird attacks where it's like 2 energy, 20 damage to one of the benched. That can be really good, but 3 damage, you get 50. It almost feels like it could fit into the that Haymaker meta, but it kind of just falls short. And I think part of it is that it's just not. It's like such a mid card. It's very, very mid. Haunter! We finally get the Haunter Gengar line, but they're both rares. Isn't that crazy? So Haunter is a rare. Whenever any attack does, when an attack does anything to Haunter, flip a coin. If heads, prevent all effects of the attack, including damage to Haunter. That's kind of solid, right? Right? Haunter is a really solid stall. 50 hit points. So the same if you evolve from Fossil Ghastly. But you have a chance to sort of like keep this one alive for a very long time. Like Haunter's ability is pretty solid. Also, you get an automatic sleep every time you use Nightmare. So that's a coin toss. They got to win a lot of coin tosses. I kind of think Haunter's good. I like Haunter a lot. This Haunter. The other Haunter, not so much. This Haunter might be a B. I'm going to give this Haunter a B. That's where I think it's fair. Now Gengar, though. We do get a Gengar, finally. Gengar has Dark Mind, same attack as Hypno. Same damage, same effect. Now, the big thing is Curse. Let me clean off my glasses. We'll chat about Curse really quick. Once during your turn before you attack me, move 1 damage counter from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another. You have the ability to manipulate damage. You have an attack that deals damage and then also pings a bench Pokemon. Gengar was kind of a cool little control guy. He's a little bit of a control Pokemon, right? Actual early control. Decent hit points. Cheap enough attack. I think it's a B. I think he's a B. No weakness. Resistance to fighting. Pretty good. All right. Dragonite. Dragonite's ability. Step in. Once during your turn, if Dragonite is on your bench, you can just switch it in. So free switch. Now its attack, though. 0 to 80 damage. No weaknesses. And resistance to fighting. As you can tell, fighting is a problem in this format. Dragonite is strictly okay. I think Dragonite is very average. You can get Dragonite swinging early, but that doesn't mean the Dragonite's going to be dealing damage. You know what I mean? A lot of hit points, though. And let's go back to the picture, because it's got some good foiling. I think it's a C. Dragonite, it's very much a C in this format. Look at this little like red, yellow, blue. It's just cute. Yeah, also very cute. Okay, Dragonite is very, very cute. We'll move Dragonite up to B for cuteness. We're giving Dragonite the cute bonus. Ditto. Ditto is a weird Pokemon. You transform. You basically become the other Pokemon in terms of ability. In terms of yeah. Wait, let me read it. Your opponent, if your Ditto is your active Pokemon, treat it as if it's the same card as the defending Pokemon, including type, hit points, weakness, and so on, except Ditto can't evolve, always has this Pokemon power, and you may treat any energy attached to Ditto as any type of energy. Now, that part is what kind of makes Ditto kind of good, because you get to kind of like use your opponent's tools against you. That said, though, you don't know if your opponent drops out, like, you basically kind of don't know what you're getting yourself into. Ditto is pretty solid, and I think it's actually pretty good. I'm going to give Ditto upper B. All right. Last two birds. Articuno. Wait. Wasn't there a Zapdos in this? Did we miss Zapdos? This Zapdos. We didn't do this Wait. Oh, yeah. We're missing Zapdos. Because it doesn't show up at the end of this list. Show at the beginning? Nope. Okay. I see. Well, it's the last card, so we'll get there. Our next to last card? Wait, what? Oh! Is it because there's only a foil version of Zapdos? Or wait, did I just skip Zapdos? Oh, I totally just skipped Zapdos. That's what happened. Let's go back to Zapdos. Zapdos, for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, flip a coin. If heads, this does 20 damage to that Pokemon. Then Zapdos does 10 damage times the number of tails to itself. So if you have a full bench, you could theoretically do 40 damage to the active, and then do 20 damage to all of the bench, your opponent's bench Pokemon. That's the highest single hitting move in unmodified hitting move in the early format. That's 140 potential damage. 4 energy. Zapdos I kind of think is like okay. Like okay. Decent even. I'm going to give Zapdos a B. We're going to give Zapdos a B. We're going to put it behind the Gengars. But that's kind of where we're going to land. Articuno. Now, Articuno, again, I am so surprised that Water Dance didn't pop off longer and sooner during the format. Because you could power this up pretty fast. And then basically 3 energy. So for 70 hit points, no weakness, resistance to fighting, 30 damage with a chance to paralyze, 50 damage for 4 water energy with a chance to hit their bench, their entire bench for 10, or yours for 10. So a little bit of a trade-off, but you're still hitting for 50 in a format where 120 is the highest hit points. And genuinely speaking, most people, if you're swinging for 50, you're going for the knockout. I kind of think Articuno's an A tier. Not going to lie. Coupled with like Rain Dance being active in there, I think it's a low A. I think Articuno's a low A. And finally, Aerodactyl. No more evolution cards can be played. That power is insane. Except for one... Oh. Actually, I should keep going. It's a stage 1 Pokemon, yes. You evolve from that shitty fossil card. Little goofer face, yeah. And its attack does 3 colorless for 30 damage. Does 30 damage for 3 colorless. I said that wrong. Weakness to grass, which is like whatever. And resistance to fighting, which is amazing. Now, the biggest thing that holds this card back is a meta thing. Most competitive decks in the format were running Haymaker. Basic cards only. Super strong basics. Aerodactyl's ability shuts down a very specific subset of cards. Mostly your Charizards and your Rain Dancing Blastoists. Which kind of means, in a lot of ways, this card's amazing, but only but only limitedly so. It's good against decks that aren't meta. Which is difficult to place in a lot of ways, but it does shut down stuff. I think I can put it safely with Muck, in the sense of its ability to just kind of shut it all down. And with that, we have also finished Fossil. So let's take a look at our tier list right now. We've got the big 3 up at the top. Hitmonchan, Scyther, Electabuzz. These cards were pretty much guaranteed to be S tier from day 1. We also put in Psyduck because we love Psyduck. In addition to that, Professor Oak, Gust of Wind, Bill. Just really, really amazing cards. There's really, really good cards. Slowpoke is up top because we love Slowpoke. The art's amazing. And then here's our echelon of A-tierers. A lot of these are stall cards. Like, these are all, like, these are stall, kind of stall. Energy, acceleration, part of stall. Stall. The best boys. We go down to the B tier. The B tier. You know what? I gotta be honest with you. I think Ninetales deserves to be down here. B tier. In the B tier, we do have some interesting powers. A lot of the lockdown occurs here. Unique situations. That's Snorlax up there as well. These are fine. These are all fine B tier Pokemon. You'd be good with these. C is where it's like, damn, the majority of things are going to be basically in the C rubble. And the D. And you're going to see there's a lot of grass type. A lot of cards are just there. I should have utilized E more. I feel like all of these E cards, all of these could be in E. We could put this in E. I'll put this in E. Coughing should be in E, for instance. Yeah, just not a lot of great options there. That's all it is. Lose my number. I'm sorry. This is my list. All right, though. Now, we do have to shift. Okay. Before we go any further, let's do the promos, because I have to switch to a different tier list for the Rocket cards. So let's do all the promos we got. Let me find the promos. Wizards of the Coast Black Star promos. Here we go. Okay, not that way. Okay. So, we do have a bunch of promo cards. A lot of these were movie cards that basically came in. Wait, what the heck? Okay, so we're done with Fossil. There we go. Black Star promo cards. These are the Wizards of the Coast promos. We'll just start with this list. We'll just do this list. So we have the fat, chunky 3D Pikachu who looks like he belongs in Super Mario RPG. Super cute. Kind of has a little bit of a Homer sort of face. I like this card. It's okay. It's really okay. There's another movie Pikachu that we'll talk about in just a moment. This one's okay. It's cute though. It's a cute fat guy. For the cuteness, we'll put this in B. Why not? No? Not cute? All right. Downgrading to C. Deleted to C. Is it the white face? He looks weird, right? Like, it looks like he shaved. Or didn't shave. It's hard to tell. We'll let that out. We'll let that be what it be. All right, Jigglypuff promo. Black Star promo, Jigglypuff. This one's kind of a weird card, too. The art on this one's a little goofy. I like the low poly, but it also kind of looks cursed. This is the kind of card... These ones all look cursed, right? This card looks like the card that shows up in the parody of a horror... of a video game that's low poly. This feels like it appears in a Pokemon horror parody game. We're going to put Jigglypuff, promo Jigglypuff, in... the false Pikachu, the fake Pikachu. We're putting this in D. You're going in D. Actually, you know what? We'll put it with the Pikachu. Because it can knock out Pokemon. Theoretically. Alright. Movie promo Electabuzz. Light screen and quick attack. This is a weird card because it doesn't... Like, it's cool that it's a movie promo, but it's just a worse Electabuzz. Just a worse Electabuzz. We are going to move it down to D. This is a D tier card. Whatever. Meh. Better options. Mewtwo. Now, movie promo Mewtwo is very interesting because I think it's better than base Mewtwo. Which we ranked as... Did we put it in A? No. We put base Mewtwo. Okay, we put, base set Mewtwo into B. I think this one's slightly better. It fetches energy cards and then blasts people for 40. That seems decent enough, but maybe not a tier difference. And then we're going to find out why, because there's another promo coming up. I'd say this is better than that Mewtwo. I'm willing to put it in B for now. High B. Another Pikachu, movie Pikachu. This one is kind of a wild one. It basically can nuke you for 50, but it's also kind of a bit of a liability. I am going to put this Pikachu, which is very cute, by the way. Super, super cute Pikachu. For the cuteness alone, we're going to elevate this to A tier for its, like, nuki powers. But look at him. That's a Ken Sugimori, by the way. All right. Another movie promo. The last of the 4. Dragonite. Okay. Once during your turn, you may draw a card. If you do, choose a card from your hand and put it on top of your deck. It's actually kind of good. Special delivery is actually pretty good. You don't really need to attack with this one because it's like a chance to attack, but its ability is actually pretty strong. And it's so cute with its minimalistic style. It's just a cute little vibe. I love this little guy. Dragonite, you're getting it up there. Where do we put the other Dragonite? B? I'm putting this one in A. It's cool. All right, Mew. So with Mew, we got the 151. And this was, I believe, the movie... Was this a movie promo or was this like a magazine insert? I think this Mew showed up a few ways. I don't remember how. There's a foil version. I don't remember that. Oh, wait, no, I think I kind of do remember. I think the foil version was given out in leagues. Anyways, this Mew. 10 damage for each energy attached to the defending Pokemon. Biggest thing, though, is the de-evolution beam. Choose an evolved Pokemon, yours or your opponent's. Return the highest stage evolution on that Pokemon to that player's hand. That Pokemon is no longer asleep, paralyzed, or confused. This could just kill Pokemon, which was so cool. Like, de-evolution beam. Kind of a beast at 2 energy. You could really shut down decks fast. I'd say this is kind of an A. That's like a legitimate A tier. Sweet Dragonite. Oh, yeah. Sweet, sweet, simple Dragonite. I only know Mew from Pokemon Snap. Mew was in the first movie. Mewtwo's Revenge. Or wait. Mewtwo Strikes Back? It was the Mewtwo movie. Mew was in it. All right, Promo Arcanine. This was kind of a weird one, too. Promo Arcanine feels like it's fine. It's fine, right? It's basically, it kind of basically feels like a Flareon. I'm not going to lie. Kind of like a basic Flareon. I actually used to have this card. I had all of these promos, by the way. I'm going to put this card in... Where do we put the Flareons? Did we really rate them Bs? You know what? This could be a B. A low B. Give it a low B. Whoa. Okay, I did not have this card. Cool Porygon? What? That's wild. At least this one attacks, but also, I don't know, the low hit points and whatnot. It's kind of cute. We'll give it a C. I'm giving it a C. You've never seen any of the movies. Oh, we gotta watch Mewtwo. Like, we gotta watch the first Pokemon movie. If you ever visit us, we're gonna watch the first Pokemon movie. Pretty strong feels for Mewtwo. No, wait. Have you seen Detective Pikachu? We should watch Detective Pikachu. That will be the Pokemon movie we watch together. The next card, by the way, is Mewtwo. The Mewtwo promo. Again, but with different art. I like this art. It goes way too hard. This Mewtwo art goes way too hard. Look at him. Look at him. All right. Venusaur. I believe I got this one from League. I actually used to have this card. I got it from League. I didn't like it initially more than the base set Venusaur until I realized I could like keep healing with it and like prevent myself from getting status conditions. I thought that was kind of neat. But like, where's the base set Venusaur? Where do we mark that one? First off, the art not nearly as good because this fat boy, love him. Can't move energy around, but can't be affected by status conditions. Yes, that's the Ryan Reynolds movie. Yep. Promo Venusaur is interesting, but doesn't really hold up. I would say maybe a low B. Mew again. Oh, here's the other Mewtwo. This one is a bit wild. This Pokemon is kind of good. You get to move energy on your opponent's from your opponent's Pokemon to other Pokemon. And then you also get to just nuke something for 30 damage. A targeted nuke for 30 is pretty solid. I would say this Mewtwo is actually probably A rank. This is probably an A tier Mewtwo. Good sniper. I'm moving Gyarados up, by the way. Meowth. Cat Punch Meowth. I used to have this one too. It was so cute. Look at the art. It's so adorable. I've seen a few episodes of the Pokemon anime, and that's it. So all you need to do is see a few episodes of the anime to get the Pokemon movie 1. You don't really need anything for the Detective Pikachu, obviously. Oh, it looks like ads are playing right now. You know what though? We're gonna continue the promo. Long ads too, damn. We're gonna continue the promo because promos aren't super important. They are what they are. So we're gonna continue this. This will be a special segment for subscribers. The Meowth. Cat Punch Meowth. Flip a coin if heads. This attack does 20 damage. If tails, your opponent has any bench Pokemon, he usually chooses one. This attack does 20 damage to them. That seems okay. The card is super cute. I actually think the card is super, super cute. Next time I do this tier list, I'm going to primarily base it off of the cuteness of the card. I like that more. And then finally, the Eevee. The Eevee. Chain Reaction. This power can only be used when an active Pokemon or when a Pokemon evolves. Search your deck for a card that evolves from Eevee and attach it to Eevee. This one was really good because it accelerates the evolution. Like, you get the free evolution search. And also, its attack does 20 damage. 0 retreat cost. Basically, it is literally a far better Rattata. Rattata if Rattata was good. I remember getting Mewtwo in the Game Boy games by some weird cheat thingy. Some shore where you'd walk up and down. Oh, yeah, the Cinnabar shore glitch. I know what you're talking about. That was famous back in the day. Eevee is as good as its evolutions. We united the Eevees. All right. We are on the home stretch. It is the finale. The big finale. We will wait for people to get back from ads. I know that ads are still running. Waiting on ads for the Rocket. For the Team Rocket set. Oh, you're back? Never mind. We're going now. All right. So what you missed was we did Meowth and Eevee. Meowth ended up in slot A because look how cute this Meowth art is. Unbelievably adorable. That's a Kagemaru Himeno? Super, super cute art. I love this Meowth so much. The big eyes and the little paw. And then the Eevee. We landed with the Eevee. Eevee is reunited with the other Evolutions in B tier. Oh, yeah, all these cards. Oh, I remember these. Birthday Pikachu. Wait, look at that Psyduck. What the heck? I've never seen the Psyduck before. Black Star's promo Psyduck? It's so cute. Whoa. I love him so much. So cute. Love this little Psyduck. Anyways. We're on the last set of the evening, folks. It is the Team Rocket set. This is the set I was most excited about. Very, very happy. Let's jump right into it. You might notice right off the bat something strange about this list. It is in reverse order because I like going into the rares, the holo rares, at the end. But why is Dark Raichu 83 out of 82? It's because Dark Raichu, I believe, was a promo in Japan that they added to the base set when they brought the set over to the West. When this was during the time when Wizards of the Coast were. I think this is the next to last set that they did, because I think they did. Yeah, I think they no longer were doing the Pokemon card game after when the Neo Destiny set started, I believe. But like I was saying, Dark Raichu was actually a promo that was added in the Japanese sets, and then became part of the base set when it came to America. That's why its number is 8382. Okay, so let's look at this. We'll start with Dark Raichu. Why not? Surprise Thunder, flip a coin of heads. Flip another coin. If the second one is heads, this attack does 20 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. If the second coin is tails, this attack does 10 damage to each of your bench Pokemon. This was actually pretty sick, right? 70 damage, 3 energy, 30 damage, the potential to do 20 more damage to each of their opponent's bench, or 10 damage, in the worst case scenario. So, yeah, I kind of, well, not worst case scenario. If you get tails right away, you don't get anything. I think that's a decent card. I think it was actually pretty good. Whoa, wait. Why is it? Oh, it's a different language. It's German cards. Oh my god, we're looking at, maybe not German, but another language. Whatever. Dark Raichu, I think kind of goes in the A tier. I kind of like Dark Raichu. It's a really good card. It looks cute, too. He's big fat. He's evil. All right, we have a bunch of trainers. We're going to blast through the trainers because I got lots to say about some of them. Basically, we'll do these two together. Potion Energy and Full Heal Energy. Heals 10 damage. Removes status conditions. The remove status condition was actually good when coupled with an energy card. This is literally just a 100% upgrade to the full heal. It's just better. It be gooder. Doesn't count as a basic energy, whatever. I mean, you don't really need that to matter. Energy potion though was fine. It feels like that. That's what it feels like. Full heal energy barely feels better. Kind of more playable, but still not very playable. Then there was this card, the Rainbow Energy. Attach this to one of your Pokemon. It basically counts as any type of energy, but only provides one energy at a time. When you attach this to one of your Pokemon, you deal 10 damage to it. The trade-off was fine. This card actually let people play... basically let people play multicolored cards pretty often. I kind of think genuinely it's an S tier. I'm going to say it. We're going to blast through some of these. Okay. Sleep. Flip a coin of heads. The defending Pokemon is now asleep. Sure, but like, how often do you need a Pokemon to be asleep? I guess there's something to be said about like it being usable on for like Haunter. The best part about this card is literally the art. Look at this. It's super cute. All these little robots coming after Snorlax. He's just a little guy. He just wants to sleep. I'm gonna put that in B tier maybe. Nah, C tier. We'll move full heal energy up one. They can't get him. Yeah, they're just like, come here, we're gonna eat those dreams, sir. It's called Sleep. Rocket's secret machine, by the way. think that they have search cards for secret machines later. I don't remember, though. Next card. Goop Gas Attack. Look at this card. This is insane. This does not look like a Pokemon card. If you saw this art, you would not think this is a Pokemon card, right? All Pokemon powers stop working until your opponent's next turn. It's a very interesting card. It's a control lockdown card. I can't tell if it's good. I'll put that in B for now. Nightly Garbage Run. Choose up to 3. So this was really interesting because it was like one of the most efficient ways to fetch things from your discard pile and shuffle them back into your deck. It's basically like, was it Super Rod? Was it Super Rod that does that? I don't remember now. You choose 3 of any combination of basic, evolution, and or basic energy cards. Show them your opponent, shuffle them back into your deck. Pretty solid, actually. Pretty solid. Usable. And helps you recycle some good cards. Now, finally. Imposter Professor Oak. Okay, Imposter Oak's Revenge. This card is essentially a direct upgrade to the old Imposter Oak. If you recall, Imposter Oak, your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and then draws 7 new cards. You do not want to give your opponent 7 cards. However, disrupting their hand at the cost of discarding 1 card and getting them to draw 4, that is more viable. Imposter Oak's Revenge was part of, these are French, by the way, was part of a pretty nasty lockdown combo that you could do to your opponent's hand, basically. Yeah, a lot of strong options with that. And we're going to get into another couple cards that make it even more powerful. I always wanted a Hypnosis. Oh, yeah, a Hypnosis Dream Eater setup. Those are so hard to implement in both this game and the VGC, the video game, as well. Like, it is just a tough way to get about it. All right, Digger. This is the Rocket's secret machine. Look at this poor Doduo. He's like, no, my home. It's really sad, actually. This picture upsets me. It's really cute and really sad. Flip a coin if tails, deal 10 damage to your active Pokemon. If heads, your opponent flips a coin. If tails, your opponent deals 10 damage to his or her active Pokemon. If heads, you flip a coin. Keep going until a player gets tails. It's basically hot potato. You toss it back and forth. It's really sad. Yeah, look at him. His home's being destroyed. I don't know how good this card is because also your opponent, to get the 10 damage on your opponent, they basically get advantage because you're the one who goes first. It's really bad. D. Challenge. Ask your opponent if he or she accepts your challenge. This is a bizarre card, by the way. This is the weirdest card in Pokemon. Ask your opponent if he or she accepts your challenge. If your opponent declines, or both benches are full, draw 2 cards. If your opponent accepts, each of you searches your deck for any number of basic Pokemon, puts them face down on your bench. A player can't do this if their bench is full. When you both have finished, shuffle your decks and turn those cards face up. This card is crazy because it is a worse Bill, because Bill just gives you 2 cards. You don't have to do all the silly games. But also, it lets your opponent fill up their bench, which you don't necessarily want them to do. I can't think of too many scenarios in which challenge is the play. There you go. Boss's Way. Search your deck for an evolution card with dark in its name. Show it to your opponent. Put it in your hand. This helps fetch dark Pokemon. I'm gonna preemptively put this in B and A, but you'll see, we'll decide further once we get into the actual Pokemon themselves. All right, Rocket's Sneak Attack. Look at your opponent's hand. If he or she has any trainers, choose one of them. Your opponent shuffles that card back into his or her hand. Shuffles it back into his or her deck. This card was really good at hand disruption, locking out your opponent from using their fun cards. I'm going to put that in S tier because trainers were really, really powerful. It doesn't say supporter like it would in modern or stadium cards or item cards. It just straight up says any trainer. That's really good. Here comes Team Rocket. Each player plays with his or her prize cards face up for the rest of the game. This is a unique card because it is a game-changing card. It's kind of weird too because in a way it gives both of you a lot of information, but also kind of doesn't do too much. Like, you're giving your opponent the ability to also look at theirs. So, rough. All right, let's jump into the cards. We're gonna kind of speed run some of these, by the way. We got Zubat, Ram, and Bite. It's okay. It's strictly okay, I would say. Better than the previous Zubat, I think. But not here winning tourneys. C. Voltorb, much better than its previous rendition. 40 hit points, 1 lightning energy, 1 electric energy for 20 damage. Weakness to fighting in a format in which it can get 1 hit KO'd by a Hitmonchan. Again, Voltorb just feels like it's in a bad spot a lot of the time. We call that a C. Squirtle, 50 damage, 2 colorless for 20 damage, weakness to lightning. Unfortunately, I think that this is worse than the other Squirtle, which does have a chance to paralyze at least. We drop you off in the C. The art, though, is very, very cute, so we're going to bump it up to B. Slowpoke. This card is so cute. I love this card a lot. I really do. I think it's super cute. It's Slowpoke just sitting in a boat fishing with his abstract style. You know what? This is my list. I play by the way I want to play. This is an S tier card. That's an S tier card. So cute. In fact, I'm going to the other list and we're going to move Slowpoke up to S tier. There you go. Slowpoke, Psyduck, they're S tier. Rattata! Once during your turn before you attack, switch one of your prize cards with the top card of your deck. I don't think you can... It doesn't say you can look at them. This is a better Rattata than the other Rattata. And Trickery can sometimes be good. I think it's kind of... The weakness to fighting sucks. But at the very least, it's kind of like a solid C. Solid, maybe a B for its ability. Plus, it's cute. So it gets the bump up for cute. So perfect. I know. Slowpoke adorable. Psyduck. This is also one of my favorite Psyduck arts because it's so... He's got a little headache. He's so sad. I love this card. We are rating these cards the way I want now. I say screw it to what I was doing before. This Psyduck, which, by the way, apparently in French is called Psychocroc. We're putting them in S tier. They're beautiful little babies. He's got to get some Excedrin. He needs it. Oh, he's got a little headache. Poor little guy. Ponyta. I don't know if I like this card. I mean, I love the art, but this card, kind of rough, to be honest. I don't think it's necessarily better than its predecessor, because energy acceleration is hard in this format. We're going to give this a C. We're giving it a C. Oddish. Oddish is kind of fun because you get to choose either poison or sleep. That's it. He could also explode, yeah. Horses look weird from the front, even in the Pokemon world. Yeah, Yeah. Kind of goofing. I think it's the big eyes that's different from real horses in this case, but still bizarre. So Oddish, poison or sleep? That's okay, but not game breaking in any way. We'll keep that in C. Meowth. Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon. Flip a coin if heads. 20 damage. That's a lot for... Okay, the Meowth card is very cute. 40 hit points, not a lot. 2 colorless for an attack that can fail. Kind of sucks. We're giving it the cuteness bump because I do like this art as well. But that still lands it maybe in B. And then C. That's still a C. Yeah, the OVO face. Thank you. Mankey. I love this art. This was very striking to me. I thought it was super cute. Really liked it. 0 retreat cost. Kind of a weird ability. Mischief, shuffle your opponent's deck. That doesn't... Unless they had an amazing setup turn and you were just ready to drop Mankey on them, that doesn't do anything, you know? And Anger doesn't really give you a lot of damage. It's like 20 to 40. This is like C+. Nah, C mid. Magnemite. This is another Magnemite. Kind of a weird one. Magnetism is the unique attack. Does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each Magnemite, Magneton, and Dark Magneton on your bench. At most, I think you can have up to 3 others. It would do 40 damage with the 3 others. That's kind of good for a Magnemite at that stage. I just don't know if it's that good. One thing that's notable about all of the Team Rocket Pokemon, they don't have a lot of hit points. You might notice that like a lot of these guys are pretty low on hit points. Ugh. Ah, gosh. Yeah, I guess right there. That's where we land on it. But oh, the little Mankey, he winked. The monkey, he winka. I know. Okay. Cuteness factor, bumping him up to B. You convinced me. Okay. Machop. This Machop, in my opinion, is strictly worse than the other Machop. Yes, it has the potential to do 10 more damage, but at the cost of 2 additional energy. Nah, this Machop, bad. Just use the old Machop. Rather get 20 damage for 30 for 1 energy. D. Coughing. This Coughing I think is better than the other Coughing. Ish. But not by a tremendous amount. Now that said though, it is very cute. I actually love this abstract art. By the way, this art is great because it's Ken Sugimori, but it's also kind of uninspired background. Like, what the heck is going on? Canonically, I always look at that mean rocket was extraordinary. Oh, that... sorry, let me reread your comment. I'm so sorry, Ishprenot. Canonically, I always took that to mean Team Rocket was extraordinarily abusive to their Pokemon. Why they all have low health? Yeah, I think I kind of did that headcanon myself. Because if you notice, even the Stage 2 evolutions don't have a lot of health on the Team Rocket side. I believe Team Rocket Charizard has like 70 health, or there's 70 or 90. So it's very low. So yeah, I kind of like that headcanon where there's definitely like abuse or malnutrition happening for these poor little mons. But going back to Coughing, I love the art as well. This abstract art is so cute. It's decent, you know. We're getting like a colorless 10, and then like a grass colorless for 20 with a chance to poison. I think that's okay. And I think it also lands you in C. With the cuteness bump, we're gonna push it up to B. Grimer. Now, there's a little bit of controversy with this card. I think, and I believe it's an edit, actually. It's a widespread edit. It's not actually the card. But this Grimer sometimes is looking up the skirt over here of this lass right here. Let's see if we can find it. Grimer looking up skirt. The looking up skirt error card is what it's called. I don't know if it's real, though. Hang on, let me see. So I think this is the Oh, yeah, this is the Japanese Grimer. So look at this, y'all. This is what the Grimer card looks like. I suppose in Japan. I think this is real. As you can see, it kind of looks like Grimer's looking up this girl's skirt. The American, the Western release, obviously, readjusts the eyes, at least, to the front standing ways. But there's a little bit of trivia for you. I don't actually know if this is real, but this is what I remember. So there you go. Little controversy. Yeah, make it creep. I know. I apologize. Now let's review the card itself. Grimer is okay. I think this Grimer is not necessarily better or worse than the other Grimer. It's different. Has the higher damage potential. If you win the coin flip, you do get 20 extra damage and paralysis. So there is that. I might say that Grimer is worth running if you are going to run a Grimer. Pretty cute. Is this a Kensu? No. Oh yeah, this is a Kagemura Himeno. No, well, that aside, it's adorable art. Yeah, I actually love the art. It is very cute. Big, open, wide mouth. We're going to give it the art bump into B. Giving it a B. Ekans. Ken Sugimori Ekans. This card is so basic, right? But the Ekans art, okay. I'm not a huge fan of this base Ekans art, but I kind of love it for just it being what it is, right? It's just goofy. It is Gen 1 Pokemon art. It's classic. It's like classic. We're going to give this a high C. In fact, you know what? We're bumping Meowth 1 up. Meowth gets the +1. Meowth got a +1. Gives me Oscar the Grouch mixed with a catatonic blue guy. For Grimer, I assume. Yeah. All right, we have the Eevee. So we have another Eevee. This one does have Sand Attack, which has a chance to make your opponent's attack fail. I don't know how to explain it. I kind of don't like this Eevee art. It just doesn't look... No shade to the artist at all. It just looks like Tumblr fan art. It's very awkward. Grover. Oh, you meant Grover. I see. Oh, yeah. I can kind of see that with little lanky arms. All right, this Eevee. I'm not a big fan of this Eevee. I'm not going to lie. We're going to put this Eevee... We're putting the Eevee in low C. Eevee gets low C. Drowsy. This Drowsy art is weird. Like, homie is flying out at you. Yeah, given that fan art vibe. Yeah, this one, that's Tumblr Eevee. That's Tumblr Eevee right there. Now, Drowsy doing superhero pose? Is this an up-down angle? Is Drowsy wanting uppies? Or is Drowsy flying in the psychic ether? I don't know. Long distance hypnosis, though. So remember that card we were talking about earlier where you get to like flip a coin? Drowsy has that too for sleep, but it's kind of a dangerous one. You vote uppies. I think it is uppies. Now that I'm looking at it, it does seem like it's more uppies. It's more asking for uppies. Now, this card does have a little bit of a danger factor to it. You flip a coin. If heads, your opponent's Pokemon is asleep. If tails, your Pokemon's asleep. That's kind of scary. Drowsy does sleep automatically with Nightmare Attack. But overall, I think the power isn't very usable. It's just not very usable. I'm going to call that a D. Pick me up. Creeps me out a bit. It's cute, but not cute enough. Yeah. That's kind of why we're putting it in D. Drowsy lands in D. Not popular with girls. Am I right? Yeah. Dratini. This Dratini is so cute. This art is so cute. I love the art. The card is whatever. This is super cute. You know what? This card gets the join the little guys. The little guys. It's like I swapped your cat and I hope you don't notice. Drowsy's I feel like people who are Drowsy trainers, the Drowsy just came into their house one day and they're like, I live here now. And you're like, I guess I have to deal with this Drowsy. All right, this Diglett. I love this Diglett art as well. Look at this guy. Blasting out, toppling buildings, wrecking carts. That's a car. So originally, this thing, I thought it was a baby carriage. I believe it is actually a car. This giant Diglett just busted out. It does have the ability to come out and snipe one of the opponent's bench for 10, which is great. I actually like this card a lot. I think it looks cool as heck. We're dropping this off in the S tier. This card is too striking. It's too good. Can't stop thinking about it. Look at that. S tier. It's gotta be a lot of Pokemon. I'm just walking in on. Yeah. If we lived in the Pokemon universe, first off, free healthcare, and we're in a utopia world where infinite energy, and then as Wooly would say, you can just go out back and get a free range machine gun. Referring to like a Rattata that can literally in Rattata's like lore can bite through steel and will eventually listen to you if it likes you. Speaking of Rattata, we're at Dark Raticate. This is our first dark Pokemon other than Dark Raichu. Utopia, safe for the dogfighting. Yeah. No, lore-wise, they love it. They love it, though. But actually, that is the lore, but also... It's for the assholes who go into the deep forested areas. Those are the Pokemon that don't want to be caught. Or if they do, you have to be, like, reach an agreement with them. Reach an accord. No, they want it. I swear. They swear. They love it. They love fighting. All right. Dark Raticate. I actually still have a first edition Dark Raticate. I got it recently. This is... Look at how low the hit points are. 50 hit points for a stage 1. They are not treating these Raticates well. Rocket is not treating their Pokemon good. They have low hit points, low health. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the art either. I just sort of don't like his vibe. I don't like this guy's vibe. And if we don't like the vibe, we drop them off in D. Now, in a complete 180 from the last one, look at this Charmander. It's so cute. I love this Charmander. Also, low-key, I kind of think this is one of the best Charmanders just from the set. 40 hit points. Once during your turn, you may take 1 fire energy attached to one of your Pokemon and attach it to Charmander instead. So you get to move an energy over. Its attack is 1 fire energy for 20 damage. And look at the little guy. He's just happy. He's got his hands up. He's blowing fire. He's like, I learned how to blow fire. Super, super cute. Really love this card. It's joining the pantheon of the cuties. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about the Rocket set was that I really liked the art overall. It was very abstract, very strange, very alien. Loved it. All right. Abra. Now, I love Abra. I do think this Abra is better than the base set Abra. It's kind of a weird picture, though, because what is Abra doing? Is it just kind of like sitting on the cone of the tower? Floating there? I don't know. I like this Abra, but it's kind of weird, isn't it? Abra a little sus. Getting kind of sus. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I feel like we gotta put Abra in A because of the cute art, but sort of sussy behavior. Butt stuff Abra. Oof. Let's move on to the next one. Porygon. Which honestly, I kind of love this Porygon. Because it is clearly a gift and perhaps even a prize from the Cerulean City. From Cerulean City. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone shut up. Look at him in his little box. He's super cute. Porygon, you're going in the Pantheon. You're joining the Pantheon. Cute little guys. Love him. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here comes Magikarp. This Magikarp art is hilarious to me. I don't know how to explain it. Magikarp jumping out of the red ocean and flopping about. It's kind of how I interpreted this card. Now that I look at it, it might be something slightly different from that because I think these are like waves. I thought this was sand. I don't know. What do you all think? I think this Magikarp just flopped out. It's just like, he flopped out, you know? He flopping. S tier. I don't have to explain anything. S tier. Dark Wartortle. I don't necessarily like the face as much on this Wartortle. Yep, Magikarp is cute, right? I don't necessarily like the face on the Wartortle, but I love the attitude and the vibes he's given. This guy, he's a dark Wartortle. Yo, he is out here to cause trouble. A Pokemon with a negative attitude. It hides in its shell whenever it's in a bad mood, which is often. The background is gorgeous, too. This art is just good, but the face is a little bit off. Too cool for school, indeed. I'd like to believe Magikarp would flop out of... Wait, flop out of the one thing keeping it alive. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, Wartortle, for that delicious attitude, we're gonna drop you off in A. Wartortle earned A. Okay. This next card, Magikarp absolutely does that constantly. They flop out everywhere. Dark Vaporeon. This card is kind of wild because I love the art of this card, but I still prefer the more like fish-like look of the Jungle Vaporeon. This one right here. Still, though, I actually really like the art of this one. I think this one looks gorgeous. I think something nice about it, it's just like, I'm swimming. He's a cute little swimming guy. We're going to put Vaporeon, I think, in B. In A. Let's put Vaporeon in A. We're giving Vaporeon in A. Vaporeon earn an A is over here. Dark Rapidash. The art, I love this abstract art with the flames of the mane spiraling around. Yo, Kagemaru Himeno fucking killed it with this card. I think this is so good. I genuinely love Dark Rapidash. I think it's a really sick looking card. Very cool vibes. Very cool vibes. I'm going to put that now. I think I have to put it in A because for the same reasons that I love the Charmander is like the reasons I love the Rapidash. I think this looks cool as hell. Dark Primate. If Dark Primate does any damage while it's confused, even to itself, it does 30 more damage. Dark Primate can knock itself out in one go, and it's not afraid to do so. It is an angry little Pokemon. It looks so mad, but the problem I have with this art is that it looks kind of like either it's been in gross pee or it rolled around in freshly cut grass and got all green. Either way, Dark Primate looking a little goofy, kind of in a bad mood as well. We're gonna float Dark Primate out into. Let's drop them off in C. Let's drop him off in C. He'll be fine in C. You know what? Oddish is going to get the cute bump up. I really like the way Oddish looks. Same with Magnemite. These guys are getting upgraded. I decided. This is my list. I don't gotta explain nothing. All right. Dark Persian. I kind of like this card. It really just looks like an Angie cat. And I'm okay with that. Dark Persian. We're actually going to put you in B with the rest of the crew. A B star. Dark Muck. As long as Muck is your active Pokemon, your opponent pays 2 more colorless energy to retreat. I sort of like this card because the Muck is like throwing its goo all over like what looks like a glass panel, basically. I think that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. We're going to drop off Muck in B tier as well. All right. Machoke. My boy Machoke over here. So, Machoke, first off, mouth just, he's like mouth choke. Holy cow. He is just yelling at the top of his mouth. Like, he's yelling with all of his soul might. I actually kind of like this art because it really looks like an action scene. Like he's picking up a rock, he's about to throw it. I like it a lot, honestly. I think I'm going to slip this one into A. Something about it. It gives me like early DBZ vibes, like Dragon Ball vibes, if anything. Okay. Dark Kadabra. Once during your turn, you may discard a card from your hand in order to draw a card. I actually kind of like that ability. That's pretty good. And then Mind Shock. Basically, don't apply weakness or resistance to this attack. Always does like 30, you know? That's pretty good. I like this Dark Kadabra. The biggest problem is its low hit points. Again, all these rocket cards have like no hit points. They are clearly malnutritioned, malnourished. They are mistreated, unfortunately. But what I love about this art is Dark Kadabra, even though it's a psychic type, looks like it's bending the spoon with its hand. I don't know how to explain that. This makes me happy. I like it. I like the way he be. I'm gonna roll this guy up to A. Homie deserves A. We're giving him A. Okay. These next few cards by Mitsushiro Arita? Oh, wait. Mitsuhiro Arita. This card looks insanely cool. I don't know how to explain it. Dark Jolteon looks so freaking cool. Yeah, I just don't quite understand that spoon bender. Like I said, like, I don't know. The Kadabras have interesting looking lore. They like them bending spoons. It's also like dynamic too, because it's like, I'm bending the spoon, and that's like all the action lines are leading there. Yeah. It is a little bit odd. Dark Jolteon, though. Let's talk about Dark Jolteon. I really like this pose. It reminds me of the kitty poses when they're kind of like, you know, getting curled up, doing the whole, like, the classic witch black cat, like, curl, but with lightning whipping around. I think that looks so cool. I really think this looks really, really cool. I'm gonna give this... I kind of want to give this an... I'm giving this the S. I'm giving this an S. That one gets an S. All right. Dark Golduck. Reminds me of Blanca. Yeah, he's kind of doing the Blanca from Street Fighter sort of thing. The little lightning ball. Little lightning stance. Dark Golduck, though. So Dark Golduck is kind of interesting. Remember how I was saying I was getting a lot of like Dragon Ball Z vibes? This one I sort of love being like the eye, like the forehead beam shooting across the water, like parting the ocean as it's going by. The edge boy in me loves this card. This card looks so cool. This card looks really, really cool to me. We're going to give that A. We're going to give it a low A or mid A, but we're still giving it an A. Dark Gloom. Once during your turn, you may flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon is not confused. If tails, your guy is confused. Another one of those risk factors. So it's the same thing as the Drowsy, but with confuse. Now that said, though, I sort of like the sort of almost villainous take of Dark Gloom. Like, Dark Gloom looks like they're enjoying being a bad guy, causing mayhem, letting out their dark poison powder everywhere, and then just enjoying it, doing the eye shine thing. I think Dark Gloom's got a vibe, and I think that vibe needs respect. Yeah. Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume are always favorites of mine. Yeah, particularly Gloom. Solely on aesthetics. I mean, that's what we're voting on right now. And I'm going to be honest with you. Dark Gloom enjoying itself like it does, we're adding that to A tier. You earned A tier. Okay. Dark Flareon. This is another card that I actually really, really like. It's kind of cute, a little bit simple. It's what it is, though, is like, it looks so chonky. It's just a chonky little guy. He's like, I'm chonky. And I kind of dig that. I kind of dig that for Dark Flareon. Dark Flareon, let's put you next to your sibling. A. Dark Electrode. This is a weird card because, oh wait, I didn't talk about this, but what is it? Jungle? There were I believe jungle electrodes sometimes didn't have their set symbol on there. So yeah, very awkward. This is a weird picture of Electrode. To be fair though, this Electrode is fine. It's a Ken Sugimori. Sugimori. So it's like stock photos, stock images of them, stock drawings. It's okay. Dark Electrode is strictly okay. I'm going to give Dark Electrode, just for a little bit of that attitude, we're slipping them in and C. Here is another one of my favorites. Dark Dragonair. I really like this art. It looks so, like, mysterious, ethereal. Is it underwater? Is it in the mountaintops? Where is this crystal cave? Is that dark, like dark lightning in the sky? It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Also, its ability basically just gives you the evolution card. Like, during your turn, you may search your deck for an evolution card, show it to your opponent, put it in your hand. This, you could just have this on your deck, on your bench, sorry, and just keep pulling evolution cards. I mean, truth be told, I kind of love this card. It's that same aesthetic as these ones, the Charmander and everything. It's good. It's good. It's good. Dark Charmeleon. Remember what I said about Rapidash and how I really liked that kind of like spiral flaming look. Dark Charmeleon does that really, really well while retaining sort of a raptor-like look and composure. I really think it looks sick as heck. I think this card looks sick as heck. I really like it. I think I have to give it a low S. I'm giving it a low S. Yeah, we're giving it a low S. That's fair. That's fair. All right, now we're going to finally hit the rares. We're actually at the rares. I'm going to go ahead and skip down to the foils, right? Oh, yeah, there are also like 3 foiled trainers, which is the first time I think they did foil trainers. All right, Dark Weezing. Electrode gives you weird vibes, just like a little too eager to self-destruct. Listen, Electrodes, they gotta blow themselves up. That's all they know. That's all they know. That's all they know. It's unfortunate, but it's all they know. Dark Weezing. Dark Weezing's weird because half of his face looks like it's melted off, but then his other head looks happy as heck. I don't want to ruin his vibe. I like Dark Weezing. I don't want to ruin Dark Weezing's vibe. Let's slip Dark Weezing into B. We'll slip him into B. I like his little buddy. Yeah, exactly. Like his little guy is really cute. Having a good time. The Dark Weezing art I'm fond of is not this one. Oh, interesting. I think this is the only Dark Weezing. But there is a Weezing as well. By the way, Weezing also does explosion, so it does blow itself up as well. Anyways, Dark Vileplume. Is that what you're thinking? Yeah. There might be another one. There are other Weezing cards. Dark Vileplume. I like this card a lot. Not as much as the other ones, but there is something about like how Vileplume kind of looks like it enjoys being a little bit of a villain. I don't know if you guys can tell, but he's got like a little bit of a smirk. Vileplume got a little bit of a smirk in there. Also, Vileplume prevents trainers from being played. Just stops them wholesale. Kind of no fun allowed, but sort of great in that regard. Let's move Vileplume into a turf. Yeah, let's go A. Let's go A. One thing I will say though, the foiling on Dark Vileplume. I used to have a Dark Vileplume. Right? The foiling color is kind of hideous in person, and if it gets scratched up, it looks awful. Just awful. It's fine. Not what I think. Oh, it's EX or some shit. Yeah. So yeah, that's much later when they do EXs. We'll get to those eventually because there is a second rocket set, an EX rocket set, I believe. That might be the one you're thinking about. We'll look it up in a bit. Dark Slowbro. Okay. I really like Dark Slowbro. Its ability is really cool. And it looks like it enjoys being evil. Plus, it has this shadow, like the shadow or silhouette of a rocket grunt behind it. Now, the other thing I do like about this, other than being like I'm a mean Slowbro, but the little shelter on its back is also like, I'm also mean. They're really cute. They're very, very cute. We're gonna have to bump these ones up. I kind of think I'm giving this up to S tier. Okay, Dark Magneton. Again, it's the same thing when they have angry eyes. I kind of love it. It's super cute to me. And he just looks so mean. He looks like a mean Magneton. Also, the shadow. It has a Team Rocket Grunt shadow with the R in the middle of it. I actually think that's sick as hell. I think that looks really good. I think I'm going to give this... Yeah, look, you can see it better on this smaller picture. I'm going to give this an A. That's an A right there. Okay, time for a big controversial take. Dark Machamp has some really cool dynamic art. Like the way its muscles and hands are set up. I love the way it looks. I love that it looks like it's about ready to like fight and have confrontations. Really like Dark Machamp. Dark Machamp is also probably an easy A, maybe a low S for me. Oh, you see the little silhouettes of the shadow for the rockets? Those are the coolest parts about the foil versions as well. I think the normal versions is easier to see. Let me show you. Yeah. So in the normal version, you can see it a lot better. And then you see the actual like rocket grunt in the non-foil versions. But I guess we should probably just rate the non-foil versions. They're a little bit easier to see on the site. So let's just do that. Dark Hypno. Dark Hypno has a really cool background. The Hypno is really well drawn, ish, kind of weird finger thing going on. It's got this weird, like, almost sort of abstract nature to it. I sort of like that, but not enough to rate it higher than B. We're giving Dark Hypno a B. So we need to talk about the Pokemon you've been catching. Check out my... a little bit of that Dark Machamp. Gyarados. Dark Gyarados. I love this card. This was also the pre-release card, by the way. A lot of kids had the first edition pre-release cards of these. They basically handed them out like candy at the Pokemon leagues. The but I remember getting a few copies of this, being very, very happy about that. Dark Gyarados just looks so, like, it's just so cute. It's got such a vibe. It's got this like very, very big, mouthy, toothy vibe. Really like it. Where's the foil version? There we go. We're dropping this off in Club A. That's an A card or S card for me. Very high level. Dark Golbat. I sort of love this because it looks like the Golbat's coming out to chasing you. Like chasing you out of a cave is kind of the vibe I get from this. Very, very action-y, very dynamic. And it's also like running around on its weird nub feet. Super strange. Let's give Dark Golbat, which by the way, I also had a foil Dark Golbat that got scratched up pretty well too. It was like the green foiling always looked pretty awful. We're going to give this a high B. High B. Oh, I forgot about this card. I love this card. I'm going to be frank with you all. I love the Dark Dugtrio because look at it. They bust in through your house. They don't give a flip. They're just like, fuck you. This is us. Our ability is called Sinkhole, and we're here to cause trouble. They are too much. Dark Dugtrio, you're too much. Going into S tier. Going into S tier. Dragonite. Dark Dragonite. I actually like this card a lot. It's got a good power too. But I like this card a lot because it looks mean. It really does look mean. It's like, I'm a nice, gentle Pokemon, but I'm the mean one. I don't know why. He's frowning at this angle. He's like swooping in for a big attack. It looks like he's about to drop his big giant tail on you, which is an attack, which just has a chance to fail. The card sucks, by the way. Well, you use it for its ability, right? But yeah, 70 hit points? That's not a healthy Dragonite. Dragonites are big and durable. What happened? This one's mean. We're going to drop Dark Dragonite. I had a I think I had a foil non-first edition one. I'm dropping this off in A. You're going in A. All right, the big money card. We finally got here. Dark Charizard. The hell with oh, to hell with it. Unpopular opinion. I don't like Dragonite. You don't like Dragonite. That's A-okay. A-okay. Still staying in my list, though. All right, Dark Charizard. This is one of the cooler Charizard arts that's just out there. Did we do Charizard? Wait a second. Oh, yeah, we did, yeah. Dark Charizard's so cool. Because, like, you get the back version, like, it's turned its back against you. You gotta deal with it looking angry. The fire from its tail illuminating, like, outward from there. Dark Charizard is actually, like, such a sick-ass card. And this is a Ken Sugimori, by the way, proving that Ken Sugimori can obviously do non-basic poses as well for the Charizard, for Pokemon. But in particular, I think Dark Charizard really hits. That said, though, card-wise, it's kind of wild. It has, like, no hit points. Its attack is fine, but, yeah. You flip a number of coins equal to the number of fire energy attached to it. It does 50 damage per heads. Then you discard each of those energy. I recognize Dragonite as a powerful Pokemon, but I cannot get excited about Dragonite. I understand. Dragonite is the supersonic jet Pokemon. Haha. We're moving on. Oh, wait. We haven't placed Dark Charizard, which has earned a spot in the S tier. It's just such a cool card. It really looks super cool. Dark Blastoise. Now, I had one of these first edition foil. I was so happy because Blastoise at the time was my favorite Pokemon. This is before Gen 2. I really like this card. I still think I like it to this day. It sort of has the vibe of a Ken Sugimori where it's kind of doing just a normal pose with a dynamic background. Kind of, not a dynamic background, but like a basic weird like abstract background. I think it's okay. I like it a lot. I do think it's sort of okay. I gotta roll and put this down under A. I think this is an A rank, an A tier card. All right, we are on our last 2 cards. It's been a journey. We'll review when we get to the end. We're on our last 2 cards. Dark Arbok, which I don't know how to say it, is cool because of the symbol on its chest, but it's kind of basic, but it's also kind of cool. I think Dark Arbok, for how proud it is, has earned its spot lower, maybe the King of B. King of B. Give it a King of B. The last card. We'll actually go down to the foil version. The last card is Dark Alakazam. Now, I had a non-foil Dark Alakazam, and I had a foil one, so I was very happy to get both. But this is a Ken Sugimori ass Ken Sugimori card. It's the stock drawing of Alakazam, but they called him Dark, on a nebulous abstract background. It's okay. It's okay. Alakazam is one of my favorite Pokemon, but this art is strictly okay. I lied. Nah. We're putting it in B. And with that, Alakazam is another favorite. Yeah, Alakazam is awesome. I love Alakazam. I think it's a really cool Pokemon. But with that, we have graded. Gengar is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, big shout outs to Gengar. All you Gengar fans out there, I'm with you. But with that, we have rated every Pokemon card from base set, Jungle, Fossil, and Rocket. Let's quickly go through our list. A lot of these are just little guy cards. Some of them have like meta implications, that kind of thing. But whatever. Our first tier list, we were kind of talking more meta. I'm not going to lie. And that's okay. But Slowpoke and Psyduck making it to the top because they're just so cute. They're too cute to deny. I love these cards. These are great cards. All these are great cards. There we go. That's how we do. That's how we do on base set, Jungle, and Fossil. Then we mosey on over to Rocket. And Rocket is a much more fun list because we finally figured out how we were grading them. Oh, ads again? We'll wait for the ads. Waiting on ads for the final wrap-up. Warp up. No worries. No worries at all. Oh. Hang on one moment. I'm going to grab something really quick. The ad's over. Are they over? Stop it, ads. Stop it. For those who can still hear me and listen and watch, and for the YouTube frogs, I'm pretty happy with these lists. This was really, really fun. I think I'm gonna continue doing this. I definitely want to go through Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge. Those are 2 sets I'm very excited for. Very, very excited for. Yeah, I think this was a lot of fun. This was really good. You're back. If you can't run a competitive deck without Slowpoke, did you really even play? That's very true. I like that mentality. Okay. This is our final wrap up. Let's be honest. This list is good. Let's be real. Come on, guys. This list is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very happy with these. I like this list. I like this list more than my other lists. So with that, let me know. I just realized this is gonna bug me. I put the non-foil one up there. I'll slip that one back. Oh wait, that's non-foil too. We're putting this energy back. Look at this. This looks like drugs. All right, with that, thank you all so much for joining me. I gotta call it a night. It's late where I'm at, and I still need to eat some food. But it was really fun rating Pokemon cards with y'all. We are going to continue this in a future stream. Unfortunately, my schedule is, again, busy as hell this week. I have so many people visiting. But I think next week we're going to stream again. We're going to get back to the Nuzlocke. We really are, eventually. And, yeah, it was really, really fun. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all have a beautiful rest of your evening. Don't forget to follow me on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm also on Twitter sometimes. My socials are in the bottom right there. That's that way. You can check out those links. Mostly I'm on Instagram and Threads, so please join me on there. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all have a beautiful rest of your evening. This was my ranking of Pokemon cards from base set, Jungle, Fossil, and Rocket. We will be continuing this in the future. A lot of Pokemon card game stuff. Basically, we're doing card game things. That's my life now. That's what I like to do. So yeah, please follow me. I'm Boomberry Plays or Boomberry on most platforms. I'm Boomberry on Twitch. Please give me a follow there. Help me get that follower count up. That would be really helpful. Please subscribe to my YouTube. That's Boomberry Plays on YouTube. Yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. Again, enjoy your evening. Have a beautiful rest of your evening. And peace and Pokemon. I'm out. Love you all. Take care.